And then I think I'll be starting up soon. Hopefully the audio's alright. Into the score? Sure, I suppose that can be a thing. Although I haven't even started yet, no. I mean, I suppose you can hang around for a while more. And then say about adding. Oh, hi, Prof. I'm starting up again. I was out for a few days, but I'm here again now. I tried changing up a few things, hopefully things are doing good now. I changed up the chat layout a small bit, so that's something different there. So I'll turn off this music now. There it goes. Nice. So we can continue on from where we left off since last time. Let's start. I didn't realize. I got myself a resource pack that probably has something to do with it. I think. And I think I also altered the shader pack settings of it. So it might look a bit different. I'm also hoping that FPS might be higher, hopefully. So that's probably something. And I did notice that it was quite a bit dark in the last few streams. But hopefully it's better now. That seems very good then there. That's an improvement at least. I've been trying to make some changes to make things better, so hopefully that works. I've turned off Distant Horizon since that was lagging me a bit. Render distance a bit low as well, but hopefully that's all good there. Suppose there's still a few things I could probably do to improve, but I suppose that's it for now. It's enough waiting, I think. Let's see what there's to do here. Any Minecraft YouTubers? I mean, I suppose I've seen a few, but not really recently. Maybe just a few snippets every now and then. I don't think I've been watching anyone in particular, though. But I have seen quite a few in the past, so I suppose that's something. So there's some pretty good ones out there. Yep. Let's throw some bread. So I think I was working on a bit of a farm down here. Oh, and there's already some stuff growing, it seems. Super nice. Now I got some quartz growing. But quite a lot more than that, though. That's gonna take a while. I think there's some machines for automation. Not water time. I suppose I'll do that. There. Refuters. Can't think much about there, I'd say. Oh, nice watch strike there. And yeah, that's very nice to drink water. I got 2 bottles full right there, and the one should help quite a bit. So that's pretty nice stuff. I think things are going pretty well. Oh, and I have that light rather. just trying to think about what to do here. Let's figure it out. So I think I needed stuff and things, quite sure. Lots of random stuff everywhere. Let's see if I can throw some stuff out there. Oh, I mean, yeah, it seems you're a bit later at this time there. You've been asleep for around here, I think. And I'm starting the stream a bit later than usual. So I was trying to get some stuff set up. So I suppose that's quite something there. I was planning on starting earlier, but some stuff kind of got in the way. So I'll go. I'll see if I can improve the stream times of it. Perhaps. Oh, I'm sorry for being a bit something there. Well, I'm here now, at least, but I get myself some type of schedule running soon, hopefully. I should get things running. I was mainly trying to make some changes to my model of it. Get the tracking set up a bit better, so hopefully that's something. Oh, I see. Well, I suppose I'd say that I'm not really always here, but I'll be around when I can. But I'll see if I can improve over time with the time and such and such. That's how it goes for now. There's quite a lot of stuff happening earlier, so hopefully that won't really get in the way though. Oh yeah, I did. I mentioned that a bit ago. I got myself that chat over there to be a bit different. I tried customizing it quite a bit to make it a bit nicer there. And it's now right there, and I've also made the game window a bit bigger. Oh, thank you. That seems good done there. He also flies by across the screen, which I find pretty nice. There's quite a bit of detail there. And there's also this stock screen as well. Just one thing, but there's not much there. It's not some there. It's random stuff. It's trying to figure things out, making improvements all around. There's a stream in particular I wanted to do, but haven't quite done it yet. Yeah, I sure am improving quite a bit. At least I'm trying to. I've been thinking quite a lot of what to do to make things better. So I'm still figuring things out there, and there'll likely be a few more changes over the days, so I'm still trying to figure out. Although in those improvements I've kind of just been eating up quite a bit of time, and that's why I've been missing out a few streams. But I'll see if I can make my time work a bit better, so I don't miss out so much. So yes, that's be how it goes though. So just sometimes things don't work out too well, and that just takes a bit more time there. So let's just go stop. Oh. Oh yeah, time sure is quite something there. Not all, I suppose I've kind of just been doing the streams kind of at the edge of days. So that kind of does something with time as well. I've been wanting to stream a bit more, but I got a bit stuck in some happenings. That's a gosh. Hopefully I'll be able to stream a bit better, and things don't get in the way as much. Let's stream I wanted to do was a bit different than Minecraft, but I don't feel quite ready for that one just yet. So I'll see if I can figure that one out, and then maybe that can be a thing sometime soon. That's quite some. Yeah. I suppose I just gotta figure things out a bit more there. Eventually, things should come out a bit more regularly instead of at random. Sometimes something, sometimes nothing. That'd be how it goes for now. So there's quite a bit of stuff to stuff stuff. Something I'm still finding a bit iffy is the microphone sometimes not really work out too well for me. But hopefully that'll probably be alright. Sometimes people come in and saying that my volume is a bit quiet, but so I've been trying to figure that one out, but still, hopefully staying held up. But I think it's good something. Oh, well then that sounds good to me then. Hopefully it stays that way. That'd be good. Oh, nice. I randomly keep getting lost for some reason. Trying to figure out what to do here. So I'll see what there is here. So I have some things I want to do in the game. I just gotta figure out how to get to them. Which I already have some stuffs. Seems. Well, that's not quite enough. Oh, I suppose I could try some automation, I think. What's this? Oh, I suppose I could try some hoppers. That could be some. I think I have enough iron for that. Something around here. Unless I destroyed it all. That'd be good. There's some iron here. So first, let's break it. Yep. Oh, there's some iron there. And there's nothing much now. I'll throw this into the machine. There you go. And then there we have some iron. Oh. They're pretty nice thing. It doubles and then doubles. There it goes. Seems more worthwhile to use it right there then. Let's go and stuffs. There you go. So they can grab it. There you go. No, that's all there is. And then throw that in there. Oh. Restarting. Yeah, I mean, I suppose that depends on you. If you want a fresh start, then that could probably be good to do. I mean, I suppose it depends what kind of stuff you had going. Do you need to restart? I mean, I suppose it could be something it's a fresh slate to work with, so yeah, it could be pretty good, I suppose. If that's something you want to do. I mean, it could sound nice there. Also, my cat wants to come in, I'll be right back. There you go, I'm back. Sounds like good plans there. You could figure that, imagine. Yep. I suppose I can think about some stuff here. Yep. Oh, 10,000 people blocked. That's quite a lot of people there. How'd you end up managing that? I myself don't really have anyone blocked unless someone that's like a spammer or scammer usually. It seems like quite a lot of people there. I mean, if you don't have much of an attachment to your account, then that's probably reasonable to do, I'd imagine. Oh, I see now. Well, I mean, loyalty is pretty good to have, but I don't think you need to go that extreme. It's just up to you to decide how you want to do your thing. I'm quite sure self-control is usually enough for things. But I suppose that's pretty fair enough, though. Looks like quite the stuff suited up. That's it. Yep. Nope, my cat wants to get I'll be right. Nevermind, I got even one to go. Oh, I see. Well, I mean, then I suppose that's fair enough then. I suppose if that's what you had to do to gain their trust, then no, that's how it goes then. Oh, I see. Well, I mean, I suppose then I could be pretty reasonable then. Having a fresh try usually helps freshen things up quite a bit. Although I myself don't really have much of a social media, so I don't really have anything to go with myself. I'm kind of starting fresh up myself, so I suppose that's some. And I do have quite a bit of a history, but just a bit more in a certain kind of area. So that's some. Oh, my cat now wants to get out. I'll be right back. Yeah, back again. Enough to make it. Listen, keep going in and out. No, I see. It seems pretty fair enough. I mean, my history kind of goes a bit longer, but it's more of like certain kinds of connections that don't really go anywhere. It's just like personal friends and such. Don't really have much of stuff's going on outside of that. But now I'm trying to make a bit of a splash on the internet, or at least an attempt. So I suppose that's something there now. Or not. Well, at least that's a bit of something to for the internet there, I suppose. Yeah. Amazing. Well, making friends is pretty good to do, I'd say. There's nothing bad with having friends around and about. It can get a bit tough, just doing things on your own. But some people can manage, though. Oh, no, it's over here. Oh, yeah, I get that. I've had quite a few friends that are like that. They can be quite some, I suppose, potentially. I feel a lot of my friends have drifted apart that way. So that can be a bit tough, I'd imagine. Although I think I used to have bad communication skills, so that's probably a bit on me though, potentially. Oh, I see. Well, I mean, if you wanted to, you could probably try starting some conversations first. I'm so sorry about that. I just realized my microphone's muted. I'm terribly sorry. I've been talking away quite a bit. Very sorry. I was just taking my cat, and I didn't realize my microphone's muted. I've just been saying that, oh, yes, well, I've kind of just been saying that I've had some similar experiences to you there. And I'm usually pretty quiet as well, and I just don't really know what to say most of the time. Yeah. And then my thoughts quickly keep running away, so that's definitely quite some. Yeah. Yeah, I'd say words can be pretty tough though. Communications problems are definitely something to be dealt with. There's ways to go about things, I'd say. I mean, I suppose if you wanted to, you could try making a bit of an attempt at talking to people. That could likely be something to do. If you want to do that. I mean, like, if you feel like you're missing out on some stuff, like talking with people could be something. Oh. Well, I mean, I'd say I'm also quite a bit of an introvert, but I'm trying new things out here. Doing a bit of streaming, talking with people, figuring things out, and trying to fix my communication problems as I go along. So, let's say that's some. I have quite a bit of a history. Social anxiety, you know. I mean, I may have had some of that in the past, but I think I've just been dealing with it, making it go away. There's definitely things one can do, though sometimes it can be a bit tougher at times for some people. Yes. I think things kind of got slightly better after taking a class of public speaking. That was definitely something. Oh, I see. I mean, yeah, I've had some troubles there just trying to start up a conversation. It's not really easy to do. I kind of find it a bit easier when people come to me instead of me going up to them. It's a bit tough, I'd say. Finding the words, saying what to say, and also it's a bit tough just talking, I suppose. Yeah. I love similarities. There's all there's quite stuff, that's it. And there's sometimes I used to be in VR chat, and in the past I would go just exploring around, and yeah, a bit tough. I was just kind of there existing, and then someone came up to me, and I just disappeared since that was a bit much. One time in particular I remember was us watching a live stream of Yu-Gi-Oh! That Twitch was broadcasting, and I was just listening to that while in VR chat, and I didn't realize anyone could hear me then. And then someone just came up to me asking me what I was listening to, and it's just quite a moment, and I just instantly closed the game and left. That was definitely quite a bit much to handle though. But that was quite in the past though, and I hadn't really touched the public spaces since then. So it's quite tough. Yeah. And so there's definitely quite the stuff to things. Oh, if I find myself in a group that's comfortable to talk in, then I can build myself up quite a bit and be quite comfortable in talking without a problem. So that's definitely some, I'd say. But it's a bit tough to build myself up there and just say things and stuff. But I think I'm dealing with things quite a bit now as I'm doing this live streaming stuff. And just talking a bit more and seeing what to say. And I think it's pretty fun. Oh, well, how much am I talking then? I haven't really been saying much of significance. In the past few streams, I've just been narrating what I've been saying. No, I see, I see. I see them. I mean, there are some people that don't really talk or anything, and they can also just type with text. And that's definitely an option too, I suppose. Mm-hmm. Well, a lot of different ways to communicate, or maybe you can just do your own thing and see what happens. That's all. It's a thing as well. Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, you could always try just typing things, or maybe stream while typing. You could even have some sort of text to speech if you wanted. Could be something that might be comfortable. Or could try branching out less, but like being a bit more adventurous if you wanted. This one definitely quite the best one could take, I'd say. Mm-hmm. Oh, I see. I mean, it seems pretty fair enough, I suppose. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I see that there. There's something I want to say there, but my thoughts are just leaving me behind. That's only my son there. Mm-hmm. Oh, I think I remember now that I'm usually quite a bit better when talking with text, and I can actually formulate ideas quite a bit better. A truck record? Mm-hmm. Did you say a few days ago they were thinking about the trucks, and your family had trucks as well? It could definitely be an approach, I suppose. Trucks could probably be a bit more useful potentially. They have a bit more power and such. Could be some. I'd imagine. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Could definitely do a bit more with them, I'd imagine. Could be quite delicious. Mm-hmm. Oh, water time. I'll drink some water. There we go. I unmuted this thing. That's awesome. Oh, I see. I mean, if you wanted something more useful, you could try getting a truck, and if you manage to get a bit more earnings, you could also get a car. Although it could probably be a bit expensive to upkeep those. I suppose it could depend on what you want to do more, or have, or what you are able to have. But the options there, though. That's it. Well, I don't really have much of experience with cars or trucks, but that's just what I imagine on things. Yeah, a truck sounds like it'd be very nice. Seems like it could be a bit more useful than a car if a car you just want to show off. That's it. It could be nice to have a normal car as well, though, if you become able to have one. Quite the options they have. I'd say so. Oh, that sounds like a pretty good plan there. Oh, okay, better work out pretty well. Yeah. Oh, making house is definitely quite a lot nicer, I'd say. I also have plans of building a house someday. I have plans on the type of house I'd like to eventually have. I even have a degree at building houses, so definitely pretty good. I'd say building houses is quite very fun, though. Just having things the way you want it, and where to go. Very nice stuff, I'd say. Seems like a good plan you got there, though. Yeah. Well, yeah, I see what you mean there. Having a house exactly that way you want is definitely pretty good. And it could be pretty fun as well. That definitely seems like a way to go. A good path. Although, it could probably get to also have someone to potentially help you out on how you want the house, just to make sure it's actually workable and not like falling on you or anything. Definitely good to have some people to help you around there. Oh, well, I mean, I suppose a smaller house could be a bit more cost friendly. That seems good to do. Having help around is definitely good. Now, if you ever change your mind in the future, if like eventually you want to be with someone, then you could try expanding upon or allowing space for an expansion. There's always things can happen in life, I'd imagine. And I suppose you could always just build another house. Although building many houses could eat up quite a bit of time, I suppose. But I suppose it's all up to you around and what you want. There's many options out there, though. Let's see. That is very true. Expansions can definitely be fun, although sometimes they can be a bit tricky, unless you plan ahead. Planning ahead can definitely save some trouble. So awesome. Yeah, well, you could try starting off with like a small house and see how it goes from there. That's definitely something there. And then over here. And here. And there. Let's go down. Let's try that. Yeah. Oh, I mean, that seems like a good amount of stuff there to have. You could also have it pretty roomy or as cozy if you wanted to be. You could have a very nice house, I'd imagine, depending on how you design it. Could be a very cozy place, although. Well, I mean, I suppose it'd be quite an experience to live out and see how it goes for you. That is very true. You could have as much room as you want to. A very large bedroom, or whatever else you want. You could also have a very fancy restroom with a big bath. Could definitely be quite some. Many options in designing there. Could be a fun house as well. Oh, and also the closet space, you can store quite a lot of stuff as well, if you wanted to, in there. Many options. Oh, 100,000? I mean, yeah, that's definitely quite a bit. Although, I remember when I was taking some house building classes, it took a bit less to build a house, although it might differ depending on the area, I suppose. But over here, building a house was just like 30,000 or something. Although I suppose they might not account for other things. Yeah, I suppose having a good amount of money would be pretty good there. Definitely, because quite a bit of room for things there. I see now that, yeah. Yeah, definitely quite a bit of stuff still there. No, that's it. I do like quite a bit of experience and some stuff. And some. Oh. No, sounds like that'd be quite a bit of money there, although you should probably be careful on some loans I've heard, since they can be a bit tricky at times. But it could definitely leave you quite a bit of room for things and anything that can come up. Good, pretty good stuff. And that's it. Oh, 30-year loan. Well, that sounds like that'd probably get you quite a bit stuck there for a while until you pay it off. That'd definitely be quite a bit something. But maybe it can be pretty manageable if you go about it well. Definitely something that could be quite a bit of time though. Seems like game has frozen quite a bit. Oh, I mean, I suppose that is an option there. Could definitely be some. Although then that will leave you out of the house you built. So, might not get to enjoy much out of it, I'd imagine. There's definitely some. That's it. Yeah. Yeah. Mm. Yeah. Oh, well, I mean, I suppose that is definitely not all. I'm quite sure that probably about equivalent amounts of money, but at least you'll have somewhere to stay. So maybe it won't be too bad, but it does sound like you'd be stuck with those properties for a while, potentially. Mm-hmm. 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 That could be pretty fun stuff as well, though, I imagine. Some making a bit of an income as well there. Could be useful for other things to do. Mm-hmm. Definitely many ways of going about things. Huh? Mm-hmm. No, I'm not very sure what that could be, but it sounds like it could be someone. I am quite a bit lost on that, although I suppose I'm not too in the know of things along there. But it could probably be something though. If it's something that could work for you, then I could probably work on it. I'd imagine. Yep. Mm-hmm. Oh, I see. Suppose I'm so kind of lost of what the actual name could be, but that sounds like it could be someone. I mean, yeah, that definitely will get you quite a bit of a house for the same amount of space. I thought. I've also seen that you could get some nice houses that are prefabricated, or you could put them together like modular homes that cost quite a bit less, and you can just set them up however you want them, like customize them a bit. And they're a bit less expensive to deal with. They're quite a bit smaller sometimes as well, but you can put a few together and you get yourself a house for less of a cost. I suppose that could probably be something as well, potentially. I remember seeing Amazon was selling some for like 15,000, but there's some companies that do them for quite a bit better. I think, perhaps, maybe. It's definitely something I remember seeing that around there. Oh, yeah, that's very true. You could give it some big thoughts over time there. Quite a lot, I like to think. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it seems I might die. There we go. Mm, Knickers. I'm quite a bit forgetful about big a Knickers, but I suppose whatever amount would be enough for like a small house, perhaps, like one you could find in the neighborhood. That's usually reasonable, unless you want a good amount of space to do things in. I think it depends on what you want to do with the space. Whether you just want a nice house that exists around, or other things to do. Oh, I mean, if 2 acres is enough for you, then that could probably be sufficient. I think it just depends on how much you really need, or if you just want more for expansion or things to do with. Yep. Seems my game is having problems again. The world is... Oh, there we go. Oh. Oh, that's a super fast gas. That's not right, nice. I mean, that definitely get you some roomier stuff than there. I mean, maybe don't that much space, but 2 acres could probably be very comfortable if there's less people to share the space with. There's more allotted to you. It's awesome. That's it. That sounds pretty comfortable though, having all that space to yourself. No, you could probably try having some rooms that it could be fun to have, like you could have a theater room or a gaming room, or even a room that works as a gym. Quite a lot of rooms to play with there, I'd say. And with all that space. Yeah. You could probably even have like a mini mansion, potentially, of all the rooms that you want or need. It could probably cost you not that much at all, depending on how you use up the space. Got scared randomly. There was a rapper flying around in my room. That's like a... I'm just looking for some which area. Oh, there is. Yeah. It sounds like a good plan there. It'd probably be pretty useful for you. I'd imagine. Sounds like it could be a good time. Yeah, if you happen to have the space, you could probably have some buildings close by together if you want some separation of things. Although having them all attached could probably end up in two then, actually. I suppose it could definitely be quite some there. Yep. Right. Right. No. That's quite something there. It's quite, that's in a long while. Let's see if we can grab my stuff there. I have a spare light right here. There we go. Then with my origin powers, turn it to your heart together. No. My lighting's getting messed up. Let's see if I can fix that. There we go, I think. Yep. Some random dragon bombs there. Grab my stuff there. Yeah. Oh, inventory's full. That's no good. That's the wrong button. That's the teleport button. There we go. Sounds like it would be a nice plan in there. You can probably get you a car pretty quick at that. I still gotta be careful with them though, so I think that sounds like a good plan. That. Yep. Here we go. Yeah. There we go. And I gotta fix my lighting again. Light button, there we go. There, should be good for now. There. Oh, well, I mean, I suppose in that case, it should probably be pretty fine then. I think I myself just have little problems with those, since they can be a bit tricky sometimes, but if we are able to handle things, then it should be pretty fine, I'm quite sure. It sounds like a good way of going about it. Yep. No, that's not cool at all. No, I can see that. That sounds like a very good plan then there. They could probably help you out quite a bit. Sounds very good. It's definitely gonna be quite a bit. Some getting stuck with no stuff. Instead of having plants like that, it's quite a bit. And that's it. Mm-hmm. 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 Well, I mean, yeah. There's definitely quite a bit of time, I'd imagine, to think about what to choose and what to go for. Well, they seem like pretty good options, pretty strong ones. Could be pretty workable. And there's a chance other options could appear as well over time. Could probably some. Although other things can also get in the way, which could make you do something else. Oh, right, that's alright, that's fair there. It's all good. I myself sometimes don't really know how to respond at times, so I might probably say something that's a bit wacky or not very idealistic, but yeah, it's all good though. I'm also someone that tries say something that's a bit off, but yeah, it's all good. Yeah. You're doing all good. I'm just mining along over here, though. Okay, this is something cool. Oh, I fell. Here. Oh, I see. Oh, seems it's pretty alright there if it does or not. Have a good sleep. No, you rest well. Have a good one as well. I'll continue on going for a good while, yeah. Not sure how long I'll be going this time, though, but I'll see how this. Have a good rest. Oh, there we go. No, I'll just be narrating and stuff. What I'm doing is I'm not very sure what to say. I'll see. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Same to you. Eventually I'll sleep at some point. And eventually that'll be a pretty good time. Hopefully I can make quite a bit more progress on the game though. Oh, water time there. I'll drink some more. Maybe. Now I'll continue on mining here. It could take a while here. There's something down here. No. Yep. There we go. Over here. There. Little parts here. And then over here. And there. Looks like the game's not lagging much there. There's nothing here. I shall go up here. Let's see. I don't see where it was. No, there's some there. Chicken and some here. Let's just bring some stuff there. It's on it now. And then there's some points. Wow, what's the trees over here? Oh, a tourist. One achievement. That's a bit small over there. I kind of was a bit more over there. Yes. No, some quartz over there. And it's good. No, that's the Elytra's dying very soon. Be the villagers, that's definitely something I should probably do, I suppose. Oh, you are a guest. There. Oh, it's an explosion. That's fine enough. Eyeballs or gas tubes, that's the one. Force. Resurrecting the dragon. That's good for now. There. This might destroy the game potentially. Oh, there's some quartz though. Oh, no. Oh, that's definitely not something that shouldn't have happened. That's very unfortunate. Oh, thanks for this follow out. Let's see. Oh, let's see. I'm not so sure about trusting you on there. There was someone asking for the same exact thing earlier. I'll keep doing my own thing now. Thanks for stopping by, though. Yep. Oh, phantom membrane, solid. No. That's a rough one there. I don't have an XP farm. That is rough. No. No, I got that there. Nice. There's this one. That's fun. But nothing to it there. What could I do? Oh, no. Let's make some ender pearls, can I? If I can find some nearly up. And then I'll make my way over there. Hopefully nothing bad happened, and it's not too far away. And this time I can't fly, but I should probably get some food. Not probably good. Over here. A lot of this food though. There's some food out here. No different here. Quite a lot of food here. Quite a lot of food. And then we can store the seeds here. Not there, actually. Here. Here, that's like a lot. Perhaps. We'll save this over here. And we'll try and get our stuff back over there. And then over here. And then there we are. That should be it. And then over we go. And oh, there's our destination over there. Oh, and hopefully I can make there without that. And I forgot to turn the wheat into. Whoops, I'll do that. And I'll do that. Oops. And then here we are. We'll do that. And then we have the bread over there. And then here. And now we go. Now we should get to go now, hopefully. I forgot anything else. It seems like a good amount of stuff to get stuff back. I'd imagine. Yaps. Yeah, should be fine. And then here we go again. Over there and see if I can get my stuff again. Whoosh. No, let's see about that. It's the teleport button here. Well, that didn't help much at all. No. This time I missed it. That's the wrong one there. Well, no, there. There we go. Turn 9 and the pulse should probably be enough, perhaps. Yes. Nope. Bit of a vault. Lots of scum. And there we go. Throw this one here. And over there somewhere. I'll see if I can get a bit closer. There, here we go. Whoosh. It's not quite enough. Oh, very awesome. And go a bit lower here. And that's not quite enough. So we'll go over here. May have some in there. Nope, yep, that's the volley there. No. I'll try that one for that one. And here. There we go. Oh, that's not quite enough. There we go. No. And then there we go. all my stuff's back again. Hopefully. Hope I'm not missing anything here. Now this would be useful. Although that's already used up, so there might be in there. I think we're good and stuff for now. Should be. Where's the one? In there. I think we can go over there. Try there. And now we made it, so we'll go over here. And there we are. Putting back home again, this time without teleportation with the waypoints. But I suppose I wasn't really needed, but no, I think it works a bit nicer though. Yep. Oh, something has happened to my tracking, I'll fix it. Yep. My phone randomly did a thing. Oh, I got that working out. Oh, that works. Nice. Then I'll do that. There, so I think that's likely all in order. I'm just gonna smoke that works. That should be good. So I'll do that. There we are. Yep, that's all going there. Listen, what's this about? I don't think that's very useful though. It's a bit more than I would normally get. What can help? It's something at the moment, no. I'll get a few lot of seeds from here. Hopefully. I suppose I can now fix this up a bit. Right there. There we are. Now that's all good. And there. I'll try over here. But I sure do need to get myself some refined storage though at some point. That could probably be good. Now yeah, got those parts. Alright. Then we'll go over here. That doesn't do anything. So I think the seeds are as such. And that's out. The seed base. That's out. How to see? Do we have it up? Not there. Not there. That's not too much. I'll take those and those. And then over here. Not there. Whoosh. No. It's not enough seats. You're probably gonna melt. Let's see how much we need though. Oh, some more growth here. I'll use an auto harvester. Ah, nice. And this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think I messed up. It's 4 and 4, and that should be 9. So that should be 80. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 75 is the answer. And then let me just do that. And there we are. 75 seats. That's not how you do that. No, that's how. There we are. That should get us a full field of quartz scenes. That should be good. And then we all go here. Put that over there. There. And then divide this by 4. That's a good amount. There. I think this is correct. And then divide this by 4, and that's not quite enough. That's not very good. Is there any more? There seems to not be any more. Oh dear. Oh. We make seeds of this. That'd be nice. Oh. Mayhaps. Can we seeds? There's quite a lot of seeds around though. Well, I'll see if I can make some more of those. There. Not looking like that. Oh, well, what are the ways? Only that way. Oh, that's so. Alright then, alright, and I do seeds. The answer seems to be no. That's right. Oh, well, that'll do for now then, I suppose. I'll probably get some upgrades there to have. It'd be very nice to us. I'll do for now. Anyways, I think I'll make some of those type of things. Inferium. There's some stuff in the way. Let's see this way. So we just undo that. And then undo that. And then we have that. And we just did some of those seeds. And we'll do one full field. There. And then there we go. And there. Now we have some stuffs going there. And we'll put that field here. Oh, we're missing some light. Alright, let's see what's going on. What can work and what can't. I should probably get some slabs. That's probably good. Yeah, we have good amounts of slabs. That's very nice. We'll put those here. There. Oh, what's this here? Oh. Didn't realize that would be like that. Oh, that doesn't actually help. Alright then, some dirt would be good. We'll deal with that. And over here. Dirt goes where? There should be a mound over here somewhere. Not there. Oh, we have one here. Oh, let's try putting some more of that in there. No, dude. Let's grab it. There we are. Some more there. Oh, we need dirt, well, I mean, now where will put the dirt be? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It's got to be there somewhere. No. Question there's some way here. Oh, I can use the search bar. That's definitely an option. Is it this? Oh, there's the dirt. I just didn't recognize it there. There's no. Why do we need this? I forgot. Over there, I remember now. There we go. Now that. And we put a slab there, and now that's all good. And then we just find some glowstone that's in here somewhere. I have some glowstone dust, but I would like some glowstone blocks. Now we can. There's bound to be some somewhere. Quite sure. Somewhere indeed. But where could it be? I place it aside for but wait, nothing there. Over here. Nothing. I mean, there is some of that, but so I probably. Oh, there's the glowstone blocks. I see them. Alright, then that's all good for now. Whoosh. Put that there. If that helps any. No. Stuff's happening there. Oh, yeah, that helps. Alright, well, that should be good now. And there we are. Now we got some stuff growing. What do the power tools do? I need something to harvest the crops. So what will that be? Could be a good tool for now. What's anything here doing? One of these bound to use fall. Earlier. Not there. And quite there, no. Take a look over here. Yeah, let's see here. Hopefully one of these does what I need. Yep. Is there nothing to automate the farm? I'd imagine there'd be. Well, I mean, I suppose this is probably an option, but that's a bit some. Maybe there's something harvester. Harvester. That sounds like a good idea. But it's a bit small though. What about the farmer? Well, sure, some machines, I suppose. What more is there though? Automation. Those are some. Yeah. I remember there was a machine that scrub season. I don't quite know which one that could probably. That should have sounded a bit tricky though. Let's see. Let's try that. Harvester. Maybe that's something that's good. I need some diamond size though. I should probably find that. Just throw some diamonds in there. And go, yep. Solium. How's that go? Solium ore. That could be a bit tricky one. Here. Let's see about that. Not so sure about finding this one, but we might be able to find some though. Perhaps. Maybe we don't really need it though. I could probably save some diamonds. Let's try looking at fire stuff again. There's maybe something in here. Surely. Water time. I'll drink something here. There we go. And then let's take a look at that. And let's try the clicker. That could probably be useful. Perhaps the advanced one. How does that fare? So that's the gem. Well, tool. I need some goo. Yep. So it seems. Oh, that should be easy enough. Yeah, that's pretty easy. Nice, so we just need some dirt, sugar, and stuff along there. And that's, oh, the goo's all there. So we'll do that, there. How's this one though? Void shimmer. Now it seems. No. How does this one? Oh, my model's doing some very wonky stuff. No, that's definitely some. Hopefully that fixes. There's some to work out. Sometimes they hang so much. Oh, I see. So you just upgrade it. Well, then there's no need to have that one then there. I'll separate them there. Now we'll be doing that. And we'll go over here. And see what there is to do. There should be some gel goo here. That should help. The goo's here. We'll grab that. Now we'll go back over here. And see what there is to do here. Alright, so redstone that. Oh my goodness, my model's wonking all up. That's not very nice. Must be something with the lights. I'll up it. Hopefully that helps. Yeah. Could definitely turn off the body tracker if we need it, I suppose. Maybe it'll be alright for now. Perhaps. Nice. Need some. Do we have any of those? I imagine there might be. Oh, yeah, there's. I think 3 of those for that. Nope. Just 2 of those for those. No. I wanna. I get this. Sag milling. Macerator. But maybe this is worthwhile. Yeah. Okay, let's see how that fares. I forgot how much that was. No, that was 4. And then that would have been 4 her. So we got more than the macerator. And that seems pretty worthy enough. Yep. So now separate this. Redstone and CC. There we are. There's that. And then there's the warts. And now we just upgrade it. There you go. Then we upgrade again. There should be some stuff somewhere. Install. And install some here. There. Some dragon breath. Looking for. I might have some. I can't see too well. Dragon breath somewhere. There it is. We found it. Near it. And then we'll continue on. Oh, there it is. Oh, white sugar. And then let's throw that away. Nope, no, probably is. That's probably supposed to swallow. I don't think we'll need that now. This too, and then there we are. Alright, then now. What else was? This needs that. Freakers. And smoke. We can get that down in over there. Just Put the waypoint over there. Delete that. Wait. There. No, we should be able to fly over there. That's way too far. We'll try this one. That'll do. It's right over there. So I'm going over there. And I'll show you. And there we are. It's definitely quite the terrain around here, though. And there we are. It seems the world's loading a bit here. With a bit of lag. Hopefully that didn't count. That's just lag right there. That's no good. Nothing like that. Oh, thanks for the follow, News. Yeah. Hope you're doing well. Hope you enjoy your stay. Yeah. And I'm just playing along here. And let's just go by someone there. Yeah. Hope you're doing well though. Now, let's see here. I'm making my way over here too. So I'm gonna do this over here. So that's just no good. There. And then I'll fly over here. I put all my things again. And that'll do. And then we'll fly back over there. Into the stronghold here. And then where's the skulk? That's what I'm looking for now. I don't think that's gonna get us anywhere, so we're gonna go up here with the teleport button. There we are. And that'll do. And then we'll find our way to somewhere around here. It's definitely bound to be something. And maybe over here. And down over here. Oh, maybe over here. Oh yeah. There's definitely some skulk around here. Alright, so I'm gonna harvest something here. Hopefully I don't... I should probably turn this on, the mini-map. And then we can see where those wardens are. Because they're pretty dangerous. Alright. So we need 4 of those. So we'll grab them. And there we go. There. Hopefully there's still some shriekers around. I think there should be somewhere. Hopefully. There we go. I don't know where it... Oh, although there's a lot of iron, I just realized. I'll be taking it all. Maybe some of the pumpkins too. I could probably... I don't think I'll be making this many iron golems at all. But this will definitely help along with the iron now. That's pretty. Man. Someone's taking that. And then the pumpkin still. And then it. And then we go. Wish. Oh, that's a silverfish there. And here. Yep. Nice. We all died. That's pretty good stuff. Where could the wardens be? Let's try here. A few lot more pumpkins, well, they don't need that many. That's definitely a lot. Let's try over here. Nope, no other side. There. Oh, here. Zombies and such. Oh, may want to go near. Not for now. Oh dear. That's a lot of damage there. And I have some bread. Oh, that helps. Yeah. Some. One. May potentially die here. But hopefully not though. These monsters actually have it dangerous. I should probably wear this for some safety. Since it's not nighttime, we're outside stronger. So let's go, I suppose. No, that's definitely by room. Yeah, there's a shrieker somewhere around. There's a warden around. Oh, that's definitely some. Hopefully they don't find me or kill me. I'm not very well equipped here. You know what? Let's try it off. That's definitely in the way, so we'll remove that. Here. Delete. Here, there we go. That definitely got in the way. Nice try. Teleporting here with another problem. Let's try finding where. Oh, I think we may spawn it around. Oh, it's not a shrieker, nope. It's just some of that spreading stuff. I've been spotted. That's great. Let's get a bit dangerous. Yeah, it'll be alright though. I have to imagine some. Perhaps. Maybe it can go up. What's nearby? Hopefully that's not warning. That'd be a bit silly. I suppose there's a chance it could be. I'm trying doing a bit of steam. Some lights going on around there. Not much to it though. Alright, I think we're probably safe for now there. Nothing there though. There's definitely a shrieker somewhere, but I don't know where it could be. That's a warden down there. I don't think it sees me. No. That's another. No, that's a squid. I don't look about the same. Regularly on here. And some big lights over there in the way. And swipe myself that those worms can swim. No. What's down here though? Yep. Oh, it's a shrieker. That'll do. That'll be there. Some sponges, that could be useful. Yep. Finish it up. Oh, there's some nice gold in here. I'll take that. Yeah. My earbuds go, it's like, oh, be right back. Yeah, it should be good now. There we go. That should be good. I think that's oh. What's up? What's this? It doesn't really say. Unless I do that. That should be fine. I think there's much here though. Oh, there's no sugar. That'll do. That should be right. Nice. Alright, I think that's enough for that. And I'll just teleport home because that's too much stuff to do. And we'll do that. Some echo shards. Do have it. Some echo. Echo shards. And it seems we'll have to hunt down a silly for those ones. It's alright for now though. Then let's use our compass. It should probably be useful. If we find where the compass is. There, this one. That's the one. Let's go to Ancient City. This should be it. There's one right nearby. I don't think it's that one. Oh, sorry. Probably it's just the flies moment. Let's see how the chickens are doing. To feed them a bit. Some seeds. Feel a lot of them here. Oh, lot of chickens. Oh. Should probably use this to. Let's do that. I should heal that pickaxe a bit. Yeah. Alright, that helps a bit. I'll leave those chickens to grow in their own time. That should be fine. Go back inside here, I went too far. Here. My earbuds are still big out some, so I'm just gonna see if I can fix that. Just staying very good. Hopefully it'll be good now. Oh, nope, it just keeps falling right off. That's what's up. For some reason the thing doesn't want to stay inside. Alright, hopefully this time will be. Let's be something else going on there. Maybe this will be fine. For now. Alright. Pumpkins. This is very good for now. Yeah, let's go find that city. We should be this way. I don't think it should be that far. Hopefully. That's not really, it's just some diamonds over there. Probably some. Let's try it here. Should be making it here. Oh, there. The world's not loading fast enough. That's definitely a problem. Let's continue here. There's some nice places around. Definitely some. Then over here. We're pretty much right on top of it here. Yeah, there it is. One big giant end city right there. There. Let's see if I can find myself a shard or so. There's bound to be a few. What's this thing? Just an achievement of some kind. Upstairs, inside. Nope, we have other stuff. Oh, there. Not much in there. That's a nice shovel though. I don't think there's much good though. I'll leave now. Okay. Let's continue here. That's a nice prosperity. What's this? It's a nigga. It's much more worth it, at least in mine. I should push. There's some stuffs around. Spiders. That's definitely a combo. Oh, spider here. Here. What's this? Gold. Oh, there's nothing bad around. Let's try it. Oh, my tracking's wonking out a little bit. Oh, feels good. Oops, some lava down there. I'll go up here. And see around. Oh no. Let's make a bit of a run. Not worry about that. Or maybe there's some here. Oh, it's just for safety. Try here. Nothing there. This looks a bit of a city now, so it must be due to some kind of mod. I do think, perhaps. So let's go around. Not much around here though. This looks like a mini portal of some kind, I think. Oh, if there be anything in so it's not. Probably not very worthwhile to break those. I think. Also looks like it's just sky up there, but it's just my render distance is quite low. But we're actually pretty deep underground. But at least you get some nice sunsets down here. The render distance. But if it was higher, a lot different down there. It's definitely quite an outlook. Oh, I'd say. Well, oh no, another one of those. Wish. Let's make a run for it here. And there we are. Hopefully that's all safe now. There's some nice iron. Yeah. Lava. Do that. There's no. How many echo shards around here? think we're just looking at the wrong places here. Maybe we'll find some somewhere. Perhaps somewhere around here. Well, there's a lot of those though. It's a chest. Oh, the necro shard. And oh. Make a run for it. That should be good. And now there. I think we just need another echo shard. Just two of them. I don't think we have another one back at home, so we'll still keep on looking here. Oh, there's some water falling from the sky. That's when you know there's stuff up there. Wish, wish. Oh, fire. Oh, that could be better. Oh, yeah. There's bound to be something in so here. We're out of food, that's not good. Need to make a run for it now. Push. It's close. I'll try over here this time. There. It was lava there again. But this time it did not fall in. Wish. Falling. Let's not do that. Oh, safe. That's brilliant. Oh, inventory is quite full. Now let's get aluminum. I don't want to be leaving. More water falling down. Lots of water. I suppose I could probably solve. Oh, water time. Nicey. I'll drink something. There we go. Take some water there. Then we'll continue on. Not much going on around here, though. No. Is there a chest nearby? Don't think so there. Let's see what else there could be. I think there's enemies around. Light. So it seems. Anything good here? Doesn't seem like it. Nothing. That was close. But now I can't see too well. Those sounds are way too close. And another one, oh my. Still nothing now. Wait. Just make a run for it. Running well through the vet. I'm not. Me. Nothing there. Right, there's if I'm not looping here, I'll give it some. Let's try over here. Go deeper in. Let's make a quick run around here. Maybe there will be some. Maybe one of these chests will have an echo shard. That could be nice. Oh, there's some an echo shard. Now do some bottles as well. You can have those. There we go. I'll take that and then I'll make a run. Oh, some water. No, since we're not too far away from home, I think we can fly back if we could see. Oh, there we are. Alright, let's fly back over here. Yep. That's where we were. That's the wrong button. It's over here. I'll turn this over here. No, we should be able to find our house back over there. And we'll do that. And there we go. Might take a while. We'll get there. No, she did. There. Getting the roof a bit. It's definitely taking a bit here. But this should be good now. Yeah. That's good. I suppose we can set this as the world spawn. That'd probably help. Oops. A few yachts there. No, water time again. No watering there. Oops. Here we should be good now. Let's continue on here. What else is there to do? I'll see. Oh, but it's very full. Let's fix that. Hopefully this can work here. Nope, wrong button, that's not it. That's a lot of stuff taken, that could have been the other way. Let's try fixing that a bit. We need to get some progress going for that. The space system is being a bit problematic. It'd probably be better to organize chests, but no. This might trust dying quite a bit. Could have been better to have healed it with remains, perhaps. Yep. Now let's upgrade this. So we need all of that. That should be. Oh, that's a bit more than I was expecting, but that's okay. And then. Let's try over here. Somewhere. There we go. Wrong button. There. So let's see here. What to do? Oh, that's the way to go. Awesome. There. No, that's definitely some. Is there any more for that? Nope. No, I'll put that over there. Let's grab some stone. Or iron. That works too. Then we'll go over here. Then, oh, that's the wrong place, so I'll fix that. What is that tool now? It looks like it's a shovel. That's right. There, now we have that. Now we can feed it. What does it need? Can I use? Nope. Let's go over here. And all tracking choice a bit wonky. Let's try those for now. Oh yeah, that's something that. No. What did you 9 months. That's the one. 1 block. Not fast enough. 1 block of diamond. One can wonder where to find more. I suppose villager trading could probably be a good option, perhaps. Yep. Well, seems this is sufficient though. I'll just need to feed the ghoul with some sugarcane, I think. Hopefully there's still some around. That looks like there is. I'll take that. And then we'll continue over here. And then there we are. We'll feed that over here. Hopefully this accepts it. No. What do you mean? Well, seems sugarcane won't do. So something else we'll have to do. But what could that mean? I'll see about that. Curious. Like how to feed. Spread. Buddy. Let's do another thing. Nice. Right, and then we can clean one here. How do I do that? Does it say somewhere here? I think the answer might be with Skulk or something. That's it from Mike. I'll just use the teleport button. Nice. Teleport away. Another. Alright, let's get some Skulk over here. And then that should help. Let's get over here. Oh, there's some nice diamonds there. I'll be taking that. Alright. Also, I feel all diamonds, actually. What do you... That's a good map. Is there any more diamonds up? Let me check. Oh, some nice diamonds in there. That's pretty small. That definitely helps. No. Oops, iron. I'll dig that. Oh, what's this over here? That's a button. Nothing there. Okay. I'm looking for some skulks, so it should be somewhere around here. Not here. Oh, this kind of doesn't go anywhere. No. Hello. What's everything? Oh, let's go into this dungeon. That's definitely something. Uranium. No, take that. Here. Iron. Nice. Oh, here's the skull. That's what I was looking for. Yes, it wasn't break my stuffs. Oh, except I got enough. I'll use both of them. And that's it for now. I'll put some resource over here. Let's see if I can feed the ghoul this. Hopefully that accepts it. Yep. Now we'll go over here. Oops, yum. That's some. Yeah. Alright, hopefully it's this. What's for this? Oh yeah. Nice. Managed to find the food. No. Now we just do those diamonds up. Yeah. Try to grab them. Over here. Let's throw them in here. Oh, that's all good. I figured a lot of diamonds. That's very some. And then over here. And let's check up on that diamond celestial gem stuff thing. It's all good to go. No. Yes. And 3. Nice on the map. And let's look at that again. 4. Now be a bit tough there, I suppose. Might need more diamonds than that. But oh well. Now let's do what I got. Yep. Maybe a bit more. Just around it. Yep. That'll be 4 blocks. And we get 5 diamonds left. No, that's on the mountain, perhaps. And then go down over here. And continue over here. And there. Nice. Now then. That's going pretty fast, I think. Very fast, actually. And so I hope it works. And then we scoop it up. Once it's already. No. And no. Wow. I should have come up a lot there. No. You can definitely divide by that number a few times. So that works. And then we continue here. Some gem stuffs. We're not looking for the armor though. How's this again? Their eyes. Oh, there's some. I mean, I suppose that's some. And their eyes though. Here's one. And that's about it. We should get some ender pearls, which we have already. And then some blazes. Okay. But maybe there's more right there. There you go. So let's try for 3. Nope. That's not it. Let's try for 2. There you go. Go for that. And then there you go. Oh, almost there. Let's go there. Where did the rest on me? It's bound to be over here. So, oh, there it is. Yes. And go over here. Yeah. Nice. Spencer Bowl. Copper. Cobblestone. Nick. Level. This ball speaker. That'll do. Next. I think a bit of a stronger bow, but that's alright. This one as well to this. And now Faircorn. It's fun to be somewhere. Faircorn. I should have some somewhere. Somewhere around here. I could try using the search, but nothing goes in. Yeah. Nope. Right there. Yeah. Yeah. Nice. Do you have some? There we are. Then we continue on. Then we have a clicker here. And then a balance. Oh, not quite. Nope. Okay. Five. Not quite. And then I'll go over here. Welcome to our idol. Seems something over there. That's alright, then. Oh, maybe we used it already. Yeah, we did. Didn't notice that, but now I see. Okay. And here we have it. Let's see if this was worthwhile. No. Let's try putting it here. Right in the center. I'm not sure if that's correct, but I'll see about that. Under here. That is wrong. There we go. Now we're under the area. Why is this? Ah, well, that's okay. We can just go the other way. There you go. Then we just expand. There we go. And then the 4-9. That's the wrong one. Oh, that's about it. Oh, that'll do it. We may have gone one too far. Maybe a bit too far. A bit there. There we go, that's the entire area here. And then the striped chest. Of some kind. I don't think we have any chests, so I'm gonna go. Let's go do one of those kind of chests. Yep. We have a lever. There we go. Now we'll go with that. And there we go. Now just this. Nope. Gonna make the chest first. And there we go. Nice. Right, let's try this. No. Okay, that's acceptable there. Just needs energy. Now, how will I go about doing that there though? I can have energy anywhere, I suppose. It's just what's that? This other thing that could be a thing. Let's see about that. Let's check some stuffs. What? Yeah. Just checking something here. Should be quick. I'll return to things just a moment. Alright, seems like I cannot find the things. So, how to transfer the energies around. Well, I suppose we can have a thing here. Let's quick make this be a thing. And then there we are. And now leave ourselves. And then we'll go here, and then there. And there we are. A nice room for energy. And that works. And then we're just gonna make the energy itself. We got a deal there, I suppose. So let's throw some of this stuff around. Yeah. And then we have to make another kitchen sink here. Chicken sink. Oops. That's way. Play. Or could it be? Maybe the search button. Nope. Not there. Here. And there's some clay. Right, we'll take this and that. And that. And then we just have to look for stuffs. Actually, why is this not working though? That's definitely some. It just doesn't find it acceptable, I suppose. I'll figure it out at some point. Maybe. Eventually. No. Let's make some of those things I forgot. Do we have the book around? The magnets probably somewhere about which one was it? Actually, I can just tell by looking at here. We'll talk about it. There we go. So this is a thermal generator. And I'll do that. And we do that. And there we go. And powder coil. That's some. Yes. So we should get ourselves another thermal generator. This for the happenings down here. So this is that. And that's that. There's the iron. No, this is that. And there you go. And there's that. And then these. Oh my. You might need a bit more blazes. Perhaps. Could do potential. But maybe it'll work out. I mean, it's some though. Why about redstone? Where's Valkyrie? There's somewhere though. And there it is. And there we go. And now we do that. And there we go. And now some of these. I need a bit more. Should have one redstone. Well, at least I think I do. I believe in. There we go. Now we're here. Some, oh, but there's some redstone there. How much does this go for? 8. That could probably be worthwhile to do. I'll try this. Maybe it wasn't, but that's okay. This one eat my bad redstone. Right, there might be a bit noise, but hopefully it does not get too in the way. That's what I am hoping. Don't know how in the way it'll be. No. It's not water time. Sure does seem that way. I'll drink some water, yeah. Do a quick amendment check. Just to check something. Equal. And that did nothing, so my cat system has broken. Definitely quite some there. Oh. Alright, that should probably help. It's one quick chat in the chat here. Is this testing the chat system here? It appears to be quite broken. Unfortunate there, but no. It'd be that way sometimes. Needs a bit more work. I suppose I can restart the chat. That's right. Yeah. And then we go over here. This should be super quick. Here we go. No, there. No, that should be working here. Let's do a quick refresh here. And then refresh there. And there we go. No more problems, okay? And I won't test that further because that might take a bit too much time. No, should probably be fine. So we will continue on here. And we're missing some place. So we'll see about that there. There's some here. Yeah, and then we'll go over here. And there. And now we have it. And then we go here. And there we are. A lot of stuff's there. No. No. There's some background noises, but hopefully they weren't audible. I didn't realize they were happening, but hopefully things will be good though there. Oh, I still need one of these here. That's where we're getting. That's right now. There. I think we'll be needing some of those. Alright. Then this. Nice. Nice. It seems we might need to hunt down some more places. Again. Well, I suppose that's what we'll do. Except we have some of these, so we don't need to for now. Just yet. Turn all that into waste power. That should give us a good map. Yeah. Load it. And then over here. And over here. And there. And then this thing. And now we have that. And that's pretty good. And that's a bit too much. So we'll do now with this. Oh, yeah, there's misbehaving of it. Hopefully things will be alright. There. Oh, dancing over. We'll see if I can fix that. Oh dear, now that's really misbehaving. Wait, that's not good. Just remove it. There you go. That should probably help. None of that anymore. Okay, we'll put the body tracker on pause for now until a bit later. This is a fine posture for now, though. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Right? So we'll put this on the pause. Yeah. And then there we are. Must have not off. Yeah, there we go. Enough of that tracker for now, and that should have less bumps. Now we just have ice. That's about enough anyone's maps. Okay. So now we continue on here. Thermal generator. We need that kitchen sink. That's the one. Another chicken sink. Nice. Kitchen sink. That's not quite the one. Maybe it's just a sink, actually. That looks like a kitchen sink. There, it's just a sink. That still looks like. So then we grab all. And here, so we need water. We should have a bucket in here somewhere. Not there. Neither there. And then over here. Bucket. No bucket. Yep, let's try here. Still no bucket. I think we're out of buckets. So, yep, one bucket here. And there we go. And then we go outside. And the infinite water is gone. Well, that's a problem, but we actually have infinite water right over here. And over there. And yes. And we'll make some infinite water. Somewhere in here. I suppose we can put it here. No. There. And we can have some buckets. And that'll do us for now. And then over here. Oh, we're down here now it seems, so we have to go back up. And there we are. And the sink's over here. And we need some pulley for that. Not sure. So he's gotta find the pulley. I don't think we have the actual looks. Except over here. Over there actually. And we'll go for 5. Yeah. And we'll cook it up. And there we go. That's all done. And then well, this yeah. And there we go. It's the regular thing. And then we'll put this here. We put this here. I'll put some lava here. We have lava, so it'll be okay. Oh, yeah, we have a bucket. That's fine then. Well, let's grab some lava, which is over here. And then this for now. Infinite lava source here. Nice. So over here. We continue going. We should probably be careful with that. Stone could probably be nice. Or cobblestone. I mean, I suppose we have this block there. That saves up a lot. And then we have maybe some cobblestone, I suppose. And there we go. I gotta put the lava in first, though. And there. Then we need some pipe. Which maybe we have somewhere. Energy pipe? What a pipe. There we go. Orange. There we go. That goes up. And that's doing its own thing there. Now we have energy. Then we just do some stuff here. Take more stuff. There we go. Alright. And then energy. Let's work. Nope. What would be a good way to let's take this out. this here. This here. This here. Make that go down. And then you run the cable up. There we go. Let's see that a bit more than that. Some bugs there. Yeah, some. Play right now. There you go. Let's get them up. Alright, hopefully this does something. Surely. We just need some energy, which we can tap right up here. There you go. It's doing stuff. Oh, but we need a collector to collect it. That makes sense. Oh, this is going quite slow though. There you go. Nice. And now I just need a collector. Actually, it's a lot though. There. There. That lasts us a while, but we have to make a collector. I didn't collect it here. Yes. This looks like it now. And there go. Or so. I think this one will do. Wherever they make these. I think I might have some. It's random stuffs. Just one trash everywhere. Suppose we do have a bit of gold just to fix our storage at some point, which is ongoing. Okay. So, and there we go. Yeah. Very cool. No, that's right there. It's, found it now. That's not what they're for. It's not there either. Right there. There. And now back, which we should have right there. There you go. That's the item collector done. Let's put that somewhere around here. I see. suppose this could probably go higher, since this does nothing. Yep. Split that. Alright. Look here. Now we're good. Now it's pretty. Yep. And there we go. That's not quite nice. Also 4 over there. Nice, there we go. Let's just throw this over there. And let's right back in. And this needs no energy. Oh, it's pretty cool. Yeah. Let me step to the same foot over here. And that should be. This could probably take a long while. At least that's running well now. That's good. 2, 3, let's go. Suppose we can have it so. Maybe? Actually. How does one do this? So. Oh, yeah, we can just have one here, and then one there, and there. I see that. This game never was there, but I figured it out. We just need a lot more diamonds, so that's definitely a bit rough. Let's see about those diamonds. Maybe we can grow some diamonds. That's full. Multi-diamond. Seed reprocessing. Seeds. Reprocessor. Farmer. This seems like it would save space. That would definitely be quite something. Maybe we should invest into that. That could probably do a lot better than this other farm, but we could do this for now. It's too bad. Perhaps. Mayhaps. Yeah. Dimensions. I'll figure it out. The premium. Stuffs. And there, can. Maybe we can get ourselves some sort of storage device that won't take too long for now. That's right. Definitely something there. Yeah. Our inventory is definitely not taking very long. So that needs some out there, I suppose. And on this front here, we can take all of these out. Don't really need these anymore. There goes the end though. Let's grab. That gives us more logs. That's pretty nice. Unless we already have those logs. But now we have blanks as well. There's definitely some. I suppose. Let's try and figure things out here. Out the storage. Let's figure it out. So we have this enriched iron here. That's definitely something. And refined storage. That's not quite right. There we go. Controller. We'll need something like that. Let's remove some of that here. We just need a better system of things, and maybe we can progress from there a lot better. I'm quite sure. Come here. Off. Oh, Brendan Gill, no good. There, let's go with that. Look at machine casing. Yeah, machine. No. Over here. Oh, actually. There we go. Right, let's go get rid of some stuff. What about this? Nope. Nope. I don't think we need that right now. I think the lost gems should be useful. Oh, thanks for the follow, Baron the Seal. Hope you're doing well. And thanks for stopping by. I'm just playing a bit here and doing my own thing. Wait. I'm trying to make a refined storage system, or at least trying to. Maybe. Let's see here. I'm still playing a bit of a wacky world. That's actually fun. And yeah, make sure to do it. Oh, thanks for asking. I'm doing pretty well. I'm just getting on by. I'm drinking water. I'm just having quite a bit of fun, just playing this and talking along. No, I don't really have too much to say, so I've just been narrating what I've been doing. And hopefully all things are good. I'm still figuring things out about myself. It's fine. I hope things are going well for you though. Thanks. My words are running out quite a bit of. Yeah. But it's all just keep on going along. In a second. And then for this we'll go with that. And then I remember they're saying this very poorly though. So that's why I'm trying to make this system as I'm quite a bit bad organizing. So that's definitely a problem there, I suppose. And then just that. So where would that be? Oh, it's right over there. I remember now. There. Now we got some of that. And then that slime. We should have some around here. Remember? Here, nothing there. Nothing there, but we should have something here. And there they are. What can that get me though? Oh, that's definitely by the stuff's there, I'd say. No, I don't think I really need that too long. Should be fine. Let's use this and then nothing on them. Well, we need a better source of slime though. Maybe some slime seeds could help. That could be some. Oh, nothing. Thanks for asking, and yeah, I can see that your words are quite different, that's it. I've been streaming for a good while on this here stream. I got 3 hours, but this is my 5th day of streaming. I've just started recently streaming. I'm very new at things, so there's quite a lot I don't really know. So I'm figuring things out as I go along and trying to improve where I can. I'd say, I think I may have had a bit of a rough start as I had some problems I didn't notice, but I'm getting there. Fixing things as I go. And I should go on as I know things. And as I'm told. And so I'm very new though. Hopefully things can get better. I have quite a few plans of things to do. But I'm just playing this as a bit of a simple game to just get on by. It's pretty reasonable. It's awesome. And that's it. Definitely buy the stuff, things. Oh, well, thank you there. That's it. I'm not sure where things will go from here, but I'm having a lot of fun. Oh, well, thank you very much. I do hope that things aren't too terrible, or if my voice is a bit some. But I'm just getting by though. I do have some problems in figure out certain things and stuff, so any recommendations or improvements to make things fair would definitely be good to have, I'd say. Or I suppose I can just figure things out as I go along. That's definitely something. Also, just warning, my mind does fade away quite a bit, so my words right now are a bit off. And so a couple of sessions can be a bit tough. So for now, I've just been narrating what I've been doing, so that's kind of getting me by. So that's definitely something. But hopefully, eventually, I'll be able to figure out words better and say things nicer. Oh, well, that's good then. I'll see what there is to do here. And I'll continue on now. So, wish. I'll put that away there. My inventory's really breaking apart. I think we know there, right? So, listen, this I'll drink water time, I'll drink some, yep. Yep, drink some water there. And that bot's pretty useful at reminding me to drink water, since I can give it some in there. Yep. And if I continue on, so I do have some breathing problems, so hopefully that's not too much something there. Or even noticeable, but I suppose I don't really know. That's just something. Anyway, and then I'll see what to do here. So I have quite a lot of random stuff I don't really saw. Let's put some of that there and there. Oh, and then also that. Streaming goals. I mean, I suppose it would be nice to potentially get affiliate, but maybe that's a bit too much of a thing. I mean, I suppose just generally having fun is always nice. Definitely good. I don't have any particular direction or thing I'm going, although I mean, I kind of do have some plans of things to do. I also plan on doing things that isn't just gameplay, like I wanna try out doing some ASMR and stuff. Sounds like that would be pretty fun, but I'm still trying to prepare myself up to it. And so for now I'm just playing along here, and having a good time. Having fun. It's very nice stuff. The main thing I'm going at here is just practicing my communication skills, since I have some problems there. So hopefully I can get a bit better. Oh, thank you there. That's definitely quite a mindset there. But my mind is definitely somewhat problematic. But maybe I can fix that over time. Having fun is definitely a good way of going about things. I can probably get you quite the places, perhaps. Just not having to worry too much about anything. I've recently finished some classes, so I have quite a bit of free time around, so I don't have to worry too much about things. Although I don't really have any jobs to do either, so that's definitely something there. Just playing around, having fun. I'm just building stuff here. This is definitely, this is my first exposure to just doing things on the internet, having it seen by just random people. So most of the time I've just been more of a person observing things, not interacting, but now I'm changing things up a bit and seeing how that goes. Just random stuff along there. And then I'll continue along here. And that's quite a bit of stuff. So over here, and then there. Oh, and there. String. String. Oh, there, no. Over here. These just are problematic for it. But hopefully that can be fixed. Yes, I'll try to. Oh, thank you so much for subscription. That's what I think of you today. That's definitely what I think. You're the first one to subscribe here. Thanks a lot. That's what I think. I hope you be alright there, though. I don't really have many emotes yet. At the moment, I only have one so far, but I planned on getting a few more eventually. I only do that one. Yeah, you are the first person to subscribe. It's definitely quite a thing, I'd say. I wasn't really expecting anyone to subscribe so soon. Thank you so very much. I hope so, I I still hope that you will be alright, though. Where's your tough, I'd say? And then hold on, that's definitely quite some hold on, my words sure are breaking down. Yeah, you've definitely made my day quite a lot there. It's quite that much that I am losing my ability to speak just a bit, but that definitely helps quite a lot. You've definitely quite made a lot of things there. I suppose that's definitely quite some. But I'll have to just keep on keeping on. Plan on making a few emotes, so hopefully subscribe might be a bit more worthwhile. But at the moment I wasn't really expecting for such a thing to happen. And then, yeah. see how things go along there. I'll definitely keep going at it. And that's definitely quite a thing to know there. Yo. I remember that. I'll just keep on playing this game, I think, for now, and then... Oh dear. Well, thank you very much then. It's something I just drew there, although I feel like it kind of turned out, some of the detailing kind of turned out a bit small since I didn't realize that would be how it would go, but hopefully it looks nice enough. Some of the details kind of die out a bit for being so small, so I suppose I should have made some things a bit bigger, but that's something. I think it kind of looks nice as well, though. But that's nice that you like the emote. That's good. I do plan on having a lot more, so hopefully there'll be a bit more to it there. But for now, that's all I have for now. And slime. Oh, well, yeah, I did draw it myself, but it's just, I don't think it turned out super well since I missed some stuffs. But it's something. I do hope that the next few emotes can turn out a bit nicer, though. And that was just experimenting of it. Thank you very much, though. It's quite a lot. And then... Just instincts and stuff here. I'd say I'll be drawing the next emotes, you know. Although, potentially, I may eventually gather enough money somehow. I might commission some emotes too. But for now, I don't really have much of anything at the moment, so that's just how I've been drawing things and making things work out as I go. But yeah. Drawing's pretty fun, so that's definitely something. But I feel like my quality is probably not as great as some other people's, so that's definitely something there. That's pretty fun. Sure, that's pretty good. I'd say so. And then we continue here. I suppose that's... I'm still trying to figure out my thoughts of it since I think it's missing. Hopefully that doesn't linger for too long. So I think I'm trying to make this disk drive here. And that's definitely some... Yep. And then string was what I was missing. Yep. No, I think I'm doing well now. Sure. Nope, that's the wrong thing. It's over here. Or maybe not. String. Oh, did you know? How did that go for you though? Did you have fun streaming? Sounds like it. You might have had a good time there. Watching streams definitely pretty fun as well though. There's definitely quite a lot of good streamers out there that are pretty entertaining, I'd say. There's definitely some good ones out there. Although, I'm just trying out streaming here since it just seemed like a fun thing to do and just developing my communication skills and being a bit more of a person since I feel like I was just losing myself quite a bit. And I didn't want to lose any more of myself. So hopefully I can regain some amount of myself and become more of a person eventually. Oh, you got me sick. Well, I mean, yeah, that happens at times, but that's good that you loved it. That's him definitely having a lot of fun myself, so I can see that there. Could definitely be fun to continue again there eventually if we get to it. It's definitely lots of fun stuff from what I've been having. Although this is just my 5th stream so far. Oh, it's definitely something. I think I still have a lot more to see myself. Let's see. No, let's see. Oh, I feel like it's definitely quite the stuff's. No. I'm sorry about my words, they're kind of just falling out of it. Eventually, I'll figure out more words on how to say things. I just have a bit of problems around it. Might be that way sometimes. And then I'm just trying to make this, and I still don't have string. Where could the string be? Not there. Not there. Maybe here. Oh, there's the string. There we go. Nice. Lots of menus going around here, but hopefully that's not too problematic. And there we are. Now we have that. Now we've made progress. That's sweet. And then diamonds. Oh, could this be useful? Nope. Oh, there's the diamonds. I'll do. Right. And then... Oh, why am I trying to learn to communicate better? Well, I mean, I just feel like there's definitely something to work on since I feel like my thoughts just keep breaking down very often, and I don't really like that. And I also feel like my words are way too simple, and I actually don't have anything to say. And it's just not something that I really like. I feel like there's a lot more that I could be, a lot more to myself that I'm just missing out on. And I remember back then in the past, I used to be quite a bit more person that used to be able to talk better. But somehow I've just lost that over the years. And it's just really not very nice stuff. Like I used to have a lot more friends and such, and I used to have such great times. But somehow something happened along the way and I've kind of lost it all. And so I'm kind of here just trying to regain back what I've lost and see if I could have a better time again and be happier. Since I've kind of just been falling apart, so I'm just trying to change myself for the better essentially. That's what I'm trying to go about. Oh, thanks for that then. Let's definitely some... Well, I also don't really know who I really am or who I should try to be, or what I used to be. But maybe eventually I'll be someone that's more of a person. But I'll see who I end up becoming though. I'm quite sure I do have some amount of self that I really want to be though, or that I used to be. There's definitely memories around somewhere there. But yeah, it's definitely some pretty tough stuff, and my words keep breaking down. It's definitely quite a bit not very nice. Like I feel like I could be a better person than I am. So some... Oh, am I a good person then? That seems good in there. I mean, if I'm not trying to be some kind of bad person, that definitely wouldn't be any good. Although I do feel like there could be quite the thoughts around there pretty chaotic, but definitely nothing that could be too bad. My thoughts can go in quite the directions though, but there's definitely quite a bit in myself, I'd say. Although I don't know how far one could say about things though. You know, becoming quite a bit some. But maybe that can be figured out over time. Nice, I see. Well, I'd say definitely have quite the stuff still myself, though. But it would be nice if eventually I could, like, talk about random stuff without having to worry about trying to figure out what to say and such. That definitely seems like that could be nice. I suppose, perhaps. Could be some. Also, sorry about if there's any background noises. That's just something that happens. Yeah. I have string now, and we have that. It seems we used up all our diamonds. That's awesome. Yes. And then let's get this here, and then there we go. Now I'll have to find any diamonds now though, but I remember there were some diamonds just over here. We grab one of these, then we can fly a bit. Nailed it. No food though. There could be some food. That's not quite right. Which one of these could be? Actually, we can just grab the wheat here. Nuts. Nice. And there we go. And then I think that's all good for now. Let's keep going up here. And there we go. And that's that for now. And then we'll grab those diamonds. And we go over here. And there were some diamonds over in this way. Oh, actually flew over. Oh, that's my mic. Sorry if there's any problems along there. I'm just still trying to figure out what settings work best, but I've been tweaking it along as I can. Hopefully it's reasonably well. Nope. That's definitely something I still gotta keep working up. Hopefully it works well enough. It's not really a typical mic one would use for just general chatting and gaming, so that's definitely something to it. But it kind of works well now. I do have another type of microphone, but the microphone stand decided to explode, so it's the cable barely goes in, so that's why I'm using this other microphone at the moment. And that's just how it goes at times. Sometimes things just decide to explode for some reason. Oh, I mean, you can tell me if there's problems and such, and I'll see if I can tweak them around. I'm still trying to improve things for the better. Let's see. Oh, that's the one. Whoops. There's the diamonds up. I'd say there's definitely quite a lot of things I'm missing now. But I'm trying to get on by as I can. Oh, I'm flying again. Upload this myself. And then over here. That's another thing I gotta tweak is the chat system that sometimes decides to stop working at times. Oh, that's it then. That seems very good then. There, I spent quite a lot of time preparing things since the first day. And then I spent a few extra days after just tweaking the problems I saw. And so, I kind of just wanna hope that all things are working the best they can be. And make things better as I can. So, I'm definitely trying to catch all the problems I see though. As I can. Some stuff it's a bit tough to figure out though. So it's definitely some. But it took me quite a long while just to start my first stream though. I probably could have started a lot earlier, which could probably have done well, but I just had problems beginning, but at least I began now. So that's that. And now we're just going. So that's definitely good. Me. It's been quite a while, let's see. I'm having a good amount of time and good fun. And we'll go over here. And there, 1 diamond. And that's not quite enough. So I have to find some more. That's also doesn't get in the way. We'll find more diamonds around here somewhere, perhaps. I'd say this world is definitely quite summed up. I think it would look a bit nicer if my render distance was a bit higher, but it's just problematic with the FPS if I change things up a bit. So it's just a bit limited for now. I'll keep going here. And this world type is another type of world. That's just pretty fun. And then I edited it a bit just to look a bit nicer. Just something. Nice. I suppose we can turn off the mini-map there, I don't really need that. Oh, what does it look like? Oh, it's barely visible actually. That's alright, no. It's definitely quite well relaxing. I'm not sure if I'll be finding much diamonds out here. There might be more diamonds underground, I think. There's some lapis there, but I think we're good for now. Lapis. Oh, I'm currently using Warudo, and I exported my VR chat avatar through some sort of method, and I'm not sure how to exactly tell how there. It's something called through. Not sure if it's the name of the person or the tool, but something to do with pumpkin, and I just transferred over that with Unity with exportation tools, and that's essentially how it goes. And then I had some help on the internet figuring things out, and that's how I'm running things with Warudo essentially. And that's how it goes. It seems to work pretty well enough. Although it kind of has some problems tracking my hands. I had that on earlier, but I turned it off since my model kept breakdancing, and that's definitely not very good. I think it's just my tracking setup's probably not the greatest, I suppose. But at least I have eye tracking, so that's something. Yeah, that definitely works well enough, I think. Although, what nice if my hand tracking could have turned out a bit better, though. By the way, oh, well, that's good. And then, yeah, there's definitely quite a lot of things out there. I'd say many tools to do things with. Wordle seems to work very nice, though. And I do think that there's other types of programs as well, but this one does things pretty well with VRChat avatars, which is pretty good. And this model that I'm using is one that I just put together out of booth assets, which works pretty well, though. Eventually I'd like to get something a bit more custom made, though. But for now, I think that's pretty nice so far. Although I do think it could probably use a few more tweaks and such. That's something. Oh, I mean, I suppose that's a pretty good way of going about things. I think I kind of just spent a bit too much time and effort just to get something there, but I could have done that kind of start, though. That's definitely the normal route of going about things. But I just felt like this could have been a bit nicer for myself. But having a PNG is definitely fun, though, I'd say. I could probably have gone that way as well. I also have a Live 2D model that I got, which was customizable, but I just felt like it was lacking of it, just a small bit, and I couldn't really figure out to customize it a bit nicer. But that's definitely another thing I have. I could probably have them, but I kind of like this world setup myself, so that's just what I'm going for now. Although I did that like 2D model in the Chris just in case I decide to use at some point. Oh, thank you there. And yeah, I must say that's definitely something. I could probably have something like that made at some point. Seems pretty easy enough to set up. Although I don't think I have any plans of collaborating with anyone just yet at the moment, as I'm pretty shy, I'd say. I don't really know words too well. But probably something to look into in the future. Oh, thank you there, yes, right? I know who you are. Thanks for stopping by. I'm just playing a little Minecraft here. It seems to be water time, so I'll drink some water. Now I'm back in. I'm just playing things here, and I'm currently just trying to find some diamonds and such and such. Yep. This world's a bit of a wacky one, though, so it's a bit tough to navigate here. I have quite a lot of mods and stuff running and so on stuff. Oops, this type of building and paper. Nothing else. Where am I going? Over there. I'd like seeing what's over there. And then I'll continue over here. What to talk about? My thoughts sure do run up quite a bit. We'll see. Have I been here? Nope. I'll take this bread. Oh, well, thanks for stopping by. Mm-hmm. Hopefully you're having a good time there. Devil May Cry 5. Hopefully you'll win that big weekend. I'm kinda just figuring things out here as I go along. It's nice seeing you around that. Anyway. I suppose I don't have much to say though, so just narrate a bit of what I'm doing here, which is I'm trying to find some diamonds with a couple of them in there. It's just bread. Oh, I have one. I just remember I got that diamond already. I seen that. I am a bit forgetful, so that's something. Oh, did you? Oh, that sounds like quite a tough time then there. Well, I mean, you could always try again, though. Definitely something there. Unless you've gotten a bit tired of it. That can happen there. So I'll press the... Oh, and the wall button. There we go. That's something different. Anyway. Well, hopefully you had a good time, though. Definitely seems like I get mad too. I've been having quite a bit of fun streaming here. So far this is my 5th day. And that's quite a thing, I'd say. Although I took a bit of a break for a few days trying to make some improvements and such and stuff. So, And then I got very sleepy and I couldn't quite stream, so that happens at times. But eventually I'll see if I can get myself a schedule and maybe stream a bit more. Perhaps, yes. It could be something. Nice. Oh, what's the mod? I'm currently just playing with a few other mods here. I feel a lot. The main one right now is this noodle one that I edited quite a bit, so it looks a bit nicer. Currently my render distance is very low, so you can't see much of it, so I'll increase it a bit. I might lag a little, perhaps. And it's just a noodle world, but it's noodles for all 3 dimensions. It's very noodly. Yes, there's an extreme amount of mods here. It's good fun though. I remember seeing this structure before, but I didn't see it ever again, so that's pretty nice. I'll explore that now. The world type stuff's a fun one though. It took me a bit of tweaking just to make it work how I wanted it to. Like how it doesn't have abrupt things there. Yeah, definitely more mods the better. It's definitely good fun. Although some mods kind of had some problems, but I managed to get them working. Oh, I mean, I suppose you can obviously need a computer that can handle them, and mine seems to be doing well. Although, the main thing my computer is having problems with is just the render distance, as it just decides to break down quite a bit. So that's why I'm keeping it a bit low here. And there we are. And now that's good. And there we are. And then I'm trying to see what this structure is, since it looks pretty interesting. And there we are. That's a major trial. That sounds dangerous, but some. Oh, I think I may have played that one, perhaps? I feel like I may have. No, I think I played Better Than Microsoft or something along there. So I'm not sure if I played that same one, but Sounds like it was a bit tough on you there. I've definitely played some harder mod packs than this, like 600 mods or something, and I didn't really struggle that much. But for some reason I am in this one. Well, I might just be with the streaming setup, potentially. Oh, did you? I mean, there's also a chance I might be misremembering it wrong myself. Definitely so. Also, my cat wants to be let in, so I'll be right back super quick for that. It seems my cat did not want to go inside, so I'm back again. Yes, I'm trying to see up some silverfish here. Oh, it seems my game's struggling a bit. That's not very good. There's definitely something wrong going here with the lag. This world's not doing too well. But hopefully... Oh, I almost put that in there. What's this in here? A buffer fish. It goes nowhere. Oh, fireworks. No, I don't think I need that. Oh, wood. And scaffolds. That's pretty good. Fireworks. This looks like a good previous song. Maybe that'll be diamonds. Maybe. Slime block there. Some quite. I think this might have too much loot, perhaps. I think I'll probably just get out of here. Oh no. I was trying to find some diamonds, but I'll mark this for later. That's the wrong button. It's over here. There. That's the one. Trials or something. There we are. No, dude. That's not it. There we are. Turn that up, and now we go. I don't think I'll be finding diamonds in there, and my inventory's pretty not good. In there. And then checking there. And then I'll see what there is to do here. It's quite a blood moon there. But that's just a visual. Eventually goes away though. Oh, some iron. That's pretty small. Only one. No. Maybe there would be more diamonds down there. I'll see if I can make my way back. I've got a long way over there, so I'll go backwards here. Could probably find some there. Perhaps. Yeah, we have this. Oh, I've run out. I'm like, yeah. I mean, yes, the bus is definitely not very easy to navigate here, but the waypoints help, or else by Promac. I do have distant horizons, but my computer just can't really handle it for some reason. So I just have that turned off, so it's definitely a bit tougher to see where to go here. Very rough terrain to navigate. The staff that lets me fly around, but it uses wings to, or feathers actually, to charge up. I don't have any feathers yet. There's a lot of iron there. That's a bit tough. I don't really need that much iron. Yeah, the terrain's definitely a bit tricky. But the waypoints definitely do help quite a lot. Since you can just go in the general direction of where they are. And these noodles kind of just go anywhere you want to go. So let's bring in some villagers there. Not doing much at all. The underground's quite a lot different than the upper area here, though. Be a bit more wackier down there than up here. Although with my low render distance, the underground's not quite as great as it usually looks. You can barely differentiate the underground with the above ground, so that's something. Maybe eventually I'll be able to run things a bit better though. Some gold. I don't think we need gold though. There you go. Let's wipe the skies around that there. I think we're nearly home over here. Eventually. At some point. Yeah, I think this way works. So I suppose it's gonna be just mostly traveling. I'll cut it down. There you go. It's the home command. Now we're here. To throw away the trash. Let's save some time. Right. And throw this away and then there. Alright, now I'm gonna go find more diamonds down over here. So, try. That means so. Maybe if that's my spray broken. Do we have mending though? No mending. Nothing there. No, well, there's this one, so that'll do. There we go. Now we'll go on the around and see what I can find. It's a bit of a long way down. Quite a bit. And there's oceans down there as well. That's one there's it. There we are. Here's the underground area where the oceans are at. Which is definitely something. Quite a few lot of things out there somewhere. Nice. And then lots of lava everywhere below the oceans. Pretty fun stuffs. That's pretty nice how this well turned out. And then over here. Could definitely have a boat down here as well. Might have a few, but I didn't bring any. So that's fix for now. Currently trying to find some diamonds. It's not working. Here. Let's see what there is. Like, hopefully there's some diamonds somewhere. Yaps. Perhaps. Don't see any though. Over here. Oh, there's some diamonds right there. Hold it. And I'll be taking that. And there we are. Then let's see if there's any more. Some iron here. That's been great. Oh yeah, it's definitely quite a bit some. Although I don't think it's one of the world gen mods you'll find just about anywhere. I just updated this from 1.21 over to 26.1.2, and then I tweaked it quite a lot just to make it look a bit nicer. It's just something you can do yourself by if you know how to do things there. It's a bit of a configuration though, and it kind of was barely working, but eventually it works now, and so that's pretty good. But this is actually just a data pack, actually, not a mod. It's the noodle data pack for the terrain there, and then I just made it work with everything. That's how that works, essentially. Yeah. Just a bit of a terrain generation data pack there. Just could run on vanilla, essentially. That's what I mean. But I have a lot of mods on though. So that's honest. Yeah. I still don't see any diamonds around. Also, the nether and the end kind of look similarly, but not quite the same. But they're all noodles as well. And everything's just a noodle here. And that's definitely quite a good fun way. I also beat the Ender Dragon, I think, that last stream or the stream before. And it was a bit of a tough fight. The Ender Dragon spawned very high up. And it was a very tricky battle. I had to go find an Elytra first just to beat it. It's definitely poison there. It took quite a while, but I beat the dragon with a spike thing python. I forgot the name. It's one of those new weapons that appear in that does damage the more speedier you are. It was a very fun battle though there. Oh, I fell off. Maybe I could fight the dragon again since I have enough things to resurrect it. Could definitely be some, I suppose. Yeah, the spear, that's what I was thinking about, yeah. I forgot the name, but yeah, I thought that was the weapon I used. Oh, there. But with this terrain generation, you can kind of skip the Ender Dragon, but we can't really go back unless you kill it. So that's something. But I could essentially just walk all the noodles to one of the cities. And that's just what I did, and then I just found better things to kill the dragon with since it was very tough fight. Since the dragon kept going up and down the noodles, and that was very tough to navigate. And definitely something. It's 17 diamonds, and I think those mine shafts might be a bit broken as I don't see any chests on them, so that kind of seems like a problem. I suppose this data pack might still need a few more tweaks, but oh well. I don't think mine shafts are that important, perhaps. They're kind of just there. So although this Elytra is about to die, and that would be very terrible. You got no way to hurt, so I'll take that off. For now, I've got no mending, so that's definitely a bit something. Should definitely get some villagers running eventually at some point. Oh, my cat actually wants to go inside now. I'll be doing that super quick. I'll be right back. There, I'm back now. My cat's inside now, so that's actually some. Next, now continue on here. Which? Here. I'm trying to see if I can find more diamonds. But my inventory is quite full. There we go. Let's see what there is here. Oh, that looks like diamonds. Oh, yeah. That'll do. I'll get this. That's actually very tricky to get to, but maybe I have the blocks. Yeah. Oh, there we are. Nailed it. I definitely do have quite a few lot of mods, so some of them might be quite some. Like this one here. That just lets me build it easily. Or have so many blocks like that. And then I'll do this. It's quite a lot of diamonds there. I'll grab them all. There we go. And that kind of just falls to the lava there. Let's see if I can go up here. Yep. Oops, suddenly an ocean. Yeah, lots of water everywhere now. Another mod I kind of wanted to have was the Finite Liquid mod, but I kind of was just giving quite a bit of trouble and wasn't very performance friendly there. So I had to skip that mod there. That definitely could have been some, but I don't think it would have been very survival friendly. Maybe a bit. No. And then we go down here. Nice. Here. And then we'll see if there's more diamonds somewhere, perhaps. Yep, somewhere around here. A bit tricky to find things though. Yes, I guess so. Oh, thanks for stopping by. And I hope you had a good one there. Yeah, it was super nice to meet you, and thanks for subscribing. That helped quite a lot there. And no, keep on keeping on now. See where things can go. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. Have a very good one there. That's very nice to meet you. Thank you. Hopefully things can get better here, though. What? Keep on trying to find some diamonds. Oh, there's some. Never mind. There's the. Seems to be a lot more diamonds in here than there. Lots of diamonds. That's definitely pretty good. There's some redstone here as well. More diamonds out there. That's pretty good. Nice. Keep going. And then there we are. Nothing around. Oh, zombie. Lots of zombies actually. There they go. There. Oh, that looks like something nice over there. I'll take a look. It's set on fire. I should probably put this on. That could be a salt. And then... Oh, I cannot fly. I'm gonna take with this. And I don't have any feathers. Let's see if I make. Let's see if I can make this. Whoosh, whoosh. That's on fire. That's not good. Yeah, put this away. Some more water there. It's quite the views around here. Nice. Now I have yeah, bundles are bugged here. Can't really use them and also destroy your stuffs. Not very good. I'd say. Best to keep them away. I should probably fix that though. Nice. Oh, that guy steals all that. Yeah. And take that. It's on fire. Yep. Mushrooms. And then go inside. Yep. Maybe actually. Could be. Like a potato. Vegan. Oh, might be the back to all. That's pretty nice find. Not so sure about that one. Six again. Could take that. Keep me on here. Shambles. What's up there? Oh, over here, perhaps. That's very risky stuff. Over here. This water. That's dangerous. Here. There we go. Oh, water time. I'll drink some. Whoosh. There we go. And on here. I think I need some water breathing potions here. Plus. Yep. What over here? Another diamond down there. Quite a lot of stuff, let's say. Yeah. And then I'll go over here. Let's go over there. Over here. Yeah. Nice. Yeah. Is there anything in here. Can't see much around here though. Unless there's some. No, pero. Yung. Skos. Nearly put this one there. Oh, that's kind of turning down over there. I think that's probably alright. Lava licks. Lava licks over the lava ocean. And then the water ocean is above the lava ocean. That teleport button didn't work in the other city. Smart. Nope, it's not good there. Going up again. This time I'll see if I can make it. I was pressing the wrong button on there. Alright, this time. There we are. Oh, this goes a lot higher, it seems. Yes, over there. And there we are. Look how this goes up there. There. Oh, no, yeah. There we go. Nice. And that does that well. And then we'll go here. And then over here. That's some. Oh, it's just quite a lava over there. Down the nozzle. That's quite a fall of lava. Yep. Oh, but it keeps on going higher. That might have fallen off over there. It's down over there. I don't think that creeper lived, I don't think. Perhaps. Talking about monsters down here. My earbuds might die soon, so I'll charge them. And there we go. Should be able to go now. Creeper. There you go. Okay. No material here. Water. Water. Blocking the views. No. Explosion. Not much to there though. And then we'll go over here. See what there's around and about. Have to go. Nothing else. No. That's that. And my inventory's full, and there's some diamonds down there. I'll be taking that. Yes, I don't think I can make that. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Grabbing that one there. This one. There we go. Inventory's really doing badly. Nice. And then let's see what there is here. Diamonds and the dark city over there. Yep. Yum. Well, stop, sorry. Oh, and stop. What's that? Lotion and fire shriekers. I wonder if I can get up there. Some noodles coming down. See about that. Can you make it down? That's a bit too far. That's no diamond. That's unfortunate. Oh well, now let's see what there is here. Oh, they're fighting now. Some glowshims over there. I could try getting that over there. Over here. Oh, that's water there. That was tricky. And I'll see if I can go here. And then press the top button. And then that'll do. And there's some diamonds right there. That's pretty lucky stuff. Very good. And then over here, and then there we are. Nice. Oh, inventory's so pretty. Maybe I'll see if there's anything else around here. Oh, big thunderstorm approaching in real life. Actually, I don't know what you're in. This pickaxe doesn't have much of a life. That's right. Well, I think I could continue on with some healing. Oh, it's diamonds, no. And then I'm going here. Just, no, it's going. I think we'll probably arch for now. Perhaps. How many diamonds are we at now? 9 over there, and 15 over there. I'm not sure if that's enough though. I get more. Yips. Oh, also a close one. Bit dangerous. No. Let's try an up here. Yeah. Diamonds. And up here. then there we are. That's lots of water everywhere. Whoosh. Let's go. Let's you see a bit. Kind of. Squids everywhere. Where are we? Cat. Whoosh. Oh, maybe try going home. Oops. It's definitely got a lot around. Lots of stuff around here, though. I'll try and make my way over here home. Like some. Yep. This sure is quite bright. There's no diamonds, though. No diamonds. No, that's rough. No. No. Some no ways. Nothing. Yeah. Let's keep on going here. There's going. Not too much anymore, though. That's still do damage. Not more to go. Or I go up this waterfall, I suppose. Whenever I hope so. Something's going down there. And I'm going that's around now. And over here. And up here. And up. And up we go. Wish, wish, wish. Check up thing. Let's see. We keep on going. And then over here. If I keep underground here though, it might take a while to get out. Perhaps there could be diamonds along the way. There's definitely less diamonds up here than there's down there. No? What's up? Arch creeper. And lava. This looks like a ravine. That's a bit rare in here. Very rare. Ravine. That is rarely a ravine with that nice though. Maybe I can put all side chicken. Nope. Some mushrooms. No. I'll make a way over here. Yep. Take a line up. No. No. Down here. And then go over here. Let's see where we're off to. Oh, my gun's not working well this time. Whee. Oh, there we are. You all decided to go. Definitely quite some, though. Keep going up. And then there, and then over there. Then the hunger dies. All the diamonds are in here. Some underground trees. It's definitely quite a bit deep stuff. And I suppose you weren't really available to tell. But the clouds are kind of a giveaway. Lightning. And also that marker's still way up high. Well, keep on going here. What's that? Just some over there. There might not be something too interesting. Perhaps. Yeah. Which way to go? That kind of goes down, so we'll go over here. Hopefully there's something to this wall. Perhaps. Up, nice. Let's see about that there. Yep. There we go. There's something up on the other wall. The other side of the wall, I mean, yep. Just the hole in the wall. That could have been safer, but oh well. This fixed you. And that should be... Diamonds over there. That could be good to grab. Let's see if I can grab that. No. That's a bit of a big fall. But we're still doing alright. Well, that's pretty good. It's like diamonds helps. Where's the diamonds? Over there. And that's the diamond. I'll see if I can get those. Well, some feather seeds could be useful. That's it. Chickens. Perhaps. Only chickens could drop feathers without buying. That'd be nice. No. No. I should be over here. Perhaps. Over here. Oh, there's the thing. The floating. Oops, done. No. No way. Oops, that. Oh, I'm running really low in space here. Where's the floating now? Well, not there. Oh, where's the floating? Did I do something to it? I have to put it all the way back home. Seems like a likely story. Well, we have building blocks, so we should be fine. Yep. Perfect. Oh, my legs for this one. Multiple creepers. Wasn't expecting that. That's alright then. There's some more. Hold on over here. Yeah. There we go. And then diamonds were Maybe we're here. Oops. There we go. Where are the diamonds? There they are, over there. Time to get to the mission. And then we're here. Over here. Mm-hmm. Making my way over here. Whoosh. And in there. Nailed it. Definitely some. Nice. Oh, I suppose I can do this over here. Next. No. Oh, push, pull, fly. That's quite the opportunity. There we are. There. Only 3 more. Nice save. That's quite some. Don't open. Yeah. Nope, that's the end of that bread. The last of it from that, but we have mushroom stew. That'll do for now. Anyways, I'll see where we're going to. There's probably some crops. I don't think there's many diamonds around though. So that's a bit tough. Let's see if I can make my way up here. I think that should be fine. Mm-hmm. Witch! I do need a witch. No diamonds there. Witch! And is there anything good? I don't think so. That's right. I needed a witch hat, and there was no witch hat. Oh, was there? I don't think so. Was there? I don't see anything. No. I'll keep going up here. Zombie. That'd probably be a good food. What is it? That zombie guy is here, too. I won't deal with that. But now we have some more food. So that'll do. So I'll keep on going here. And then I'll try using the hole in the wall. Does this go anywhere? Oh, yep. No. Just about made it. I was, that shit wasn't. Get back up again. Up open here. And then again. Wait, maybe this goes somewhere. Here. And here. Somewhere. The destination's that way. So I'll keep on going over here. See what I can find. There's lots of water everywhere. I suppose that's how it goes. No. And go up. Up, up, go. Oh, oil. Somebody steal that belt. Maybe I'll do something with Buildcraft at some point with all this oil everywhere. Perhaps. It's gonna go somewhere weirdly. Oh, no, that's just something there. Oh, this looks like the surface now. That's brilliant. That's the surface. Where's... Oh wait, it's over there. You can tell it's the surface because there's more trees here. And then a bit of underground. Also, a different kind of log there. Must be the surface here. And now go here. See where that goes. And go over there. And there we are. Skip a bit. Just take one. There. A bit higher now. There's some monsters about. That should be fine. And there we go. Some good food there. Nice. And then we continue on here. Sure, it's quite the terrain generation though. Yep. Maybe over here. Perhaps. I think we've just gone round the circle. Well, there's not much to hear. Well, it kind of looks like a nice place, though. Some things. Oh, but this is gonna go somewhere. I'll see where this leads. I don't think it's somewhere, quite sure. Maps. Now I'll go over here. And I'll see what I can find. Oh, off you go then. Oh. Oh no, that's not very good. I'll deal with that. Yep. That's something I'm gonna tweak. And water time. I'll deal with it. I forgot to hit, but hopefully that wasn't too noisy. Yes, I think what's the best way? Over here. I could probably do that. There's a few lot ones if you reckon that. Quite a lot of monsters actually. But I can probably kill them all. Oops. Oh, I could probably use this to help prepare my pickaxe. That would be very useful. Yeah. Okay. Saplings. I think that should be over now. There's some songs on. Let's have it ready. So, should back over here. Oh, for the but I have this. This time is way too fast. Wait. There's way too many zombies everywhere. Wait, no, that's too dangerous there. Portable hole. There, that'll save me. Yeah. Would be nice if I could use the bundle, but I haven't fixed that bug, so that's problematic. Eventually that'll be fixed. Oh, what's this thing? More space. Can I do anything about the space? Oh. Should probably offload the inventory somewhere. Perhaps. Some baked potatoes, that's pretty good. I should have set the zombie over there. Where are we going? It's over here. Nice. No. No, it's over here. No, wish. Let's see what there is. There. There. Inventory getting super full now. Oh, but you can do that now. Narcs. Bit of inventory saving. Alright, maybe this direction can help. Hopefully. Just all of the same tricky paths everywhere. No. Spider. No. And then go here. Oh, spider. Oh, waystone. I'll be taking that. There we go. That's a nice find. No. No. Our inventory could be doing a lot better. Yep. It's not doing good at all. It's doing really terribly, actually. Hopefully this can help. Yep. Let's go get all the ores here. How much would this? 8. I suppose we can do that. That'll do for now. Go here. There we go. Lots of gold. Lots of gold. Diamond. Not so sure about this one. This will probably find this. There we go. 54 diamonds. That's a good amount. And hopefully this will do for now. Okay. Let's continue with our refined storage. That's what we were doing quite a little while ago. And then let's find what we're missing here. There's another one here. That should be enough. And let's throw this away. Over here. Let's see that. What's this? Seems to be doing good. Very good stuff. What else am I missing here? So I need some iron ore. What could that be? And there's some there. Alright, let's see what else is missing. Iron quartz. Have I made this already? Probably not. Nope, so. Nope, we have not. Advanced processor. We haven't dealt with that either. Let's see. Something if I have. Oh, we have actually. Chest. Yeah. Just here. And there. This one. And that's the first part. Now where to put stuff? I don't think you need this anymore. Where did our pickaxe go? Oh, it's right there. Let's see, look. We'll do that. Oh, I know. No. That might be a bit tricky. Or maybe not. Actually. This seems like a nice spot. There you go. Although I think these guys can die if they have no land, so we're gonna move this one somewhere else. That's too dangerous. Unless do the worst exist. Where's that? There we go. Maybe this could be a safe place. There's one here. Oh, wrong button. No, our doors. There's many doors here. I don't think I can get a triple door. That is rough. Curtains, perhaps. Curtain? Yeah. I don't think they'd be able to escape. No, I don't think they would be able to escape. So let's try that. Instead of sideways up, that would be fine. So, where could that be? There we go. It's not on that. It's probably reason enough. You can just pass through these. That's not good. That doesn't help anything. It's unfortunate. Oh, quickly. Bounce back. And then here. What's this gonna be? Speed storage from now. So how does this work? So I suppose I can take this on. This down. Put this over here. And expand this way. Yes, that. Yeah, we can definitely expand here. That should definitely be fine. Nothing's stopping me from doing that. It's like all the least there should be something here. Oh, there's some more here. I'll take this. Here we go. No. There we go. Then some more work, but this one needs to be done this way. There. Nope, that's supposed in there. There we are. Here we go. We're running low on energy. This means not. Let's see how this. So that should be useful. Sure. Where's the iron quartz? I already have it there. So we have that already. Then we have a controller. We have the controller now. We're super close. Alright, I just remember what we're gonna do. Just expand this by like 3. That should be fine. Let me expect here. break this. Oh, it's more of a separate room rather than expansion. So that should be fine. Build this out over here. Let's see. This could be done this way. Yep. Some more stairs are needed. But this can be fine. Yep. Yep. Then like that. That should be fine. There's some curtains to be in. Oh, glass is missing. There, this will be a room. So off this drive. Somewhere right around here. This could be perhaps actually it's gonna be there. We'll need some cables because that's too much space. To the right, copper. Yes. Copper. That should be copper here. Copper there. No copper. Copper there. Copper there. Yeah. Now some stuff just doesn't go inside me. I see how it is. Yep. Macerator. Nice save. That's right. Oh, later. Get the right machines. Oh, that's better. Uranium. It's like really. Well, iron. Oh, that's nice. What's on top of nothing good. That's right. Oh. That's very cool. Many diamonds here. Very nice. Oh, silken. Different types of silken. Oh, what's this? That's how I was in gold. Oh my goodness. Let's see. What about gold there? Oh. Nice. What to do here? So then. So we need to fill that in with this. And that's cables. Copper. So keep here. Really quartz here. I'm quite sure we have some quartz here. cables. And then controller. Controller. That should be connected. Quite sure. And then the display grid, crafting grid. That'll do. Definitely. Crafting grid. Machine casing. Where was that? Machine casing. Nope. Never used that. Controller. Yep, I definitely could use one, so I have to make an appointment. Right there. Yep. Needs that. Now what's this? Gold now. I'll grab some of that. 5 gold. Yep. And then where we at? Here. 2 of those. And then we pick that up. Right there. Here. So now this right here. Instruction core, basic processor. Few of those, perhaps. Inventory's really filling up now. Let's throw some random stuff in there. I'll try different approach. Chest. So this. I gotta pick that up first, seems. So that's what I'll do. Yeah. Nice. There we go. That's already cooked, so we don't do that. And then we do this. Glowstone. And quartz. We already have quartz, but that's okay. Glowstone now. There we go. And there's that. And then there's that. Then some glass. And there we go. Not yet. There's that. Crafting table. This might be the time of its end. Yep. Well, one though. And there we are. Then let's throw that in there. We can still craft stuff, so that's all good. And then we'll probably throw a cable here. And maybe fill this wall up a bit. There we go. Probably some. And this needs power. That'll do with another thermal generator. Unless maybe what's down here? Oh, energy right there. How do we do that? That's constant. This right down there. But we could. How much energy can we get here? We could probably have a few of these, perhaps. Source of power. This would be to change out something else here. Oh, it's a bit far. So we'll change that for that instead. Actually no. I'll have this here so that we can still access it. That definitely will be good too. I'm quite sure. And that's not quite right. What about here? That does work. So and there. That's all one needs. Yep. But there. There. Okay, so we need some more energy pipes. We don't have any of those. I'll see about that. Nope. Nothing there. Oh, there we are. Pipes there. We'll put some cobblestone here. Should be fine. And then over here. Yeah. Which? And do there and there. That's a connection right there. Then we got. And now we have power. But no storage. So that's definitely missing there. So we can do that. Well, that seems to be doing really well, but for how long? Oh no. Oh. There's a hole. There you go. How much for this? Yep. Is this running low? 60 FE. How much does this take? Nope. What's the upgrade? Can't tell how much is being used up here, but maybe it'll be alright. We can have more energy as needed. Vice versa. Oh, glacier. Oh, water time. I'll do that. Well, actually, in this water break, I'll also use this time to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back again. I'll be resuming the gameplay now. And stopping the music as well. There you go. And then we continue. Here we go. I'll see what there is here. Wish. Missing this. And how's this thing on the eggs? 1,600 eggs. That's definitely an amount, I suppose. What could one do with so many eggs? Definitely quite a lot, I suppose. Pretty close, I suppose. It could be better. I'll give them some more seeds and maybe I'll kill them all. Perhaps. There. And there. I should probably do that. That's pretty good now. Nice, so many chickens. And lots of chickens. And I think that's about all I have. Well, that's all of them for now. And off we go. Right. Nice. Put that away. That should be good. And that's what I need. This here. This good. Maybe this. Seems like I could have some fun here. Well, since expand upon. So that's some. Let's see where things can go now. Sell disk. Sell to disk. Disk here. That sounds problematic. Well, let me see if I can fix this. Why is that not working? I'm looking at something outside here. That's gonna be a problem there. Unless I get a crafting table here. Let's put the wagon there. No, good for now, I suppose. There we go. 1, 2, 3. There we go. That's all I need for now. No. Not yet. Oh, we just need those 4 over here. And there we are. Looks like it now. What's this? J. Oh, got you. Looking at mods. Oh, I see. Alright. I'm gonna quickly restart my game for just that thing. It should be fine. I'll play this music meanwhile. And then here we have this background for now. And then I'm just gonna download this thing. And then that should be good for now. Mm-hmm. That's the wrong thing. Definitely the wrong thing. Okay, I need to turn that off. Off. Then this should be good. Mm-hmm. I'm just tweaking some stuffs and things. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That should probably be fine. Oops. Oh, I'm listening some tweaks into. Alright, that I should probably do it. Hopefully that works. Okay. The game should be starting up soon again. And there we go. Seems I was just missing some stuff, I think. Perhaps. Well, that should be good now. Oh. Alright, it seems I got a problem. But I should probably find. Yeah. Check my face. There we go. Now that'll do it. There. Hopefully, no more problems should appear. Hopefully. Mm-hmm. Oops, on the big screen there. Oh, I'll put it here for now. Let's click screen change. Quite big here, no? I suppose. And this screen for now, just until the game quickly loads up. It should get there soon. There we go. No, look for now. And now that should be. Alright, and that should be it. Now let's turn those shaders back on. That should be good. And there we are. Now we continue. And I'll turn this music up for now. Meow. Alright, now where? This should work. No. Yay, it works. Now loop. I suppose we don't really need this anymore then. But definitely nice to have. This should be fun. Okay. Can I do that? Yep. I'll do it. Okay. What do this? We have this. And then that. And now we have it. And that seems like it might be the max we might be able to do for now. That's a lot of space though, so surely this should be 12. Surely, hopefully. Well, it'll do for now. Yep, let's see, we can just dump everything in here. That'd be nice. Oh, this might take a bit. Oh. Oh. Is it full already? Oh dear. That was barely anything. That's no good. That won't do any good at all. Well, that's not very nice. Alright then. I thought this would be able to handle more storage. That's rough. Well, I suppose it's time to get even more storage somehow. Right, well, we can't just throw everything out, it seems. How much storage do we have now? That much. This could probably do well with some curtains, I do think. That could be nice. I suppose. But where did I put the curtains? I don't know. They're probably here somewhere. Over here? No. Curtains are there. I didn't see them, but now I see them. So awesome. Maybe some locks, right? Yep. Yep. Stairs. Why some stairs here somewhere? There you go. Actually, how does this work? I see. It's just 2 of those like that. I see them. So that shouldn't be a thing. I'm sorry, get back up. And there we are. Now should we begin? Perhaps. That's not working. No. And then that'll do. Nerds. Actually, this should probably fine. And then the same on this side. That could be it. And there we are. And it works. That should help with it. And then we add some curtains here. That's not quite right. Oh, that's too much. Yep. Yep. There's definitely configuration here. No, dude. It's, should be here. There we are. I mean, I suppose this will do for now. Oh, we have some more. No, dude. Yeah. Actually, let's take a bit. There. Now we have something to do. Oh, we can have this just be glass. Would that do? No? I suppose it could probably work. There's more glass up here. Man. Oh, thanks. Oh, sticks and glass. Sticks. I think I had some sticks around somewhere. There's some sticks. Not quite enough though. Oh, there's all the sticks. There we go. And some glass. Right there. Nope, I got one up. I'll be right back. There I am back again. And I'll continue along. Oh, that's not quite working. What's that? Oh, what is this actually? That should be it. And that does work. For some reason. Oh, that's that. Besides a wall granite window. Let's see. What's this about? What will this get? Only that. Oh, no, that's pretty nice. One big pane window. A folk. That's pretty good. Just need a bit more than that, though. That'll do for now. There we go. That should hopefully do it. Oh, what's that gas doing over there? That doesn't look very right. Why is the gas? Oh. Seems something happened to the gas then. That's not good. I must have lost my lead somewhere. Let's see about that. Where's iron? I think string. I think it's just spring now. Nope. Nope. Nothing. It's found to be string somewhere. I've killed a few spiders. Nope. It's found to be some. I have some alternatives to string, quite sure. Sure. Maybe here. There's the string, I see now. There's the lean. Alright, where's the gas go? How did I get free? Why is it over here? Where's the gas? They're just... It's definitely quite a bit something there. Oh, that's not quite right. Yeah, we're in here now. Alright, let's catch that gas. That big gas over here. There we go. We've got the gas. There's this. Yeah. Oh, not quite there. No, I didn't make it. Oh, I'm taking some heavy damage now. Any food around? Oh, this will do for now. I'm trying to catch this gas. No. No, too far. Okay. Show me the stuff. There, I caught it. Right, now we go down. Okay, once back in, we'll be right back. About that, and let's just land my cat back inside my room, and that should be good. And now I'm just gonna park this happy gas inside here. Not sure how I managed to escape, but that can happen, it seems. And there should be a good spot here. There we go. I heal the damage we took from that. Yep. We'll go back down here. Like that. Nope, there we go. Some stuff's in here. Yep. I'm putting this together. There. Now we got full plane there. Now we should be able to continue. And then probably make a door, I suppose. I could probably work a bit nicer. But there's just in the way, so that's definitely a bit tough. I suppose. Oh, water time. I'll do that. Alright, already done water now again. So, what to do here? We have that, and that's nothing to get. I forgot what we're doing. Oh, that leads to stop, so I'll get there. So what we need right now is more desks. Yep. Let's see if we get some. So 4,000, let's just none. Yeah. So we need a lot more than that. So let's see. This is something. I should like this. Okay. Now I need some more silken. So let's see that down. And here. Yep. Oh, that's not what I want. It's alright though. Oh, then I get one to figure that out. I'll be right. Never mind, my cat didn't want to be lit up, so that's okay. That's it. So to get more dead sound, we got that. So we have this. This could get us another 4, but that's just not enough. There's something wrong with this crafting table. No. Let's see. So what is trying to see here? So we just need more of these, which is silicon. But now we just need some quartz. Which we don't have. But what about on here? That's a big variable. Grow here. Mm-hmm. Now that's a good problem. What if this was a bit bigger? Let's look at that. And then we'll move that there. Nope. There. I think we need one there. And there. That should have a bit of overlap. Maybe one lesser. There we go. That'll be it. That works pretty well. But we still have a lot more ports though. That's not doing anything, so we just need another one of these advanced clickers. That should do. I'll turn this off. Let's see if I can get another one of those. I'm gonna put that right there back in the ground. Move those. That's not it. Turn those ones down a bit. That should really help. Alright, that's not actually helping anything. Alright, let's see if we can get more of those collectors. So, right now first. It's not that many. It's one of them. There we have it. That'll do. And then they're probably done. Yeah, no. Let's see. Still. Should I get rid of this? There's cobblestone somewhere. Sure. Oops. Yes, sir. I hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping by. I'm just playing some Minecraft here with a few logs. Oh, you're doing well though. Yeah. At the moment, I'm just making some artworks. That should be pretty good. Yeah. We'll go over here. We're playing on some noodles here. Noodle world type. But it's a bit different than what you might usually see. It's a pretty nice one now. Right now we're gonna feed some iron blocks to this goo here. Should be good. Oh, and it just works. It's pretty nice. And swing that for to convert. And that's pretty good. There we go. Nice. Now we have that. And we have some kind of base going on here that we're just building up. I'm not really sure what kind of shape it's taking, but it's some kind of shape. Definitely quite a bit of a house though. And we'll put this up here. And there we go. Some nice vertical. That'll probably be useful for later. Nuts. Which is somewhere around here. There, near. Or should I have more than that? No. Over here. Should be somewhere around here. Yes. No, plus. Blaze. That's it. Should be somewhere. So for now, that would be pretty rough. Seems it might be time to get more blaze rod seams. So I'll just have to do that there. But a lot of diamonds here though. And it's time to get some more blaze rods. Ah, pretty good. Ay, uy. Some of the place rods. Paragraph this. We already have that, so we should be good to go. Build that thing over here. Some thick of it. Some fire there. Maybe we can go way down here. I think this should be generally safe. I mean, we might not be seeing where we're landing, but that's probably alright. There's generally somewhere to go. We'll keep on going down here. And then over here. That might be a bit dangerous down there, so you should probably be careful. This one's... Oh, some nice stuff here. I'll be taking it. I should grab this when I see it. Blow up. Keep going down here. That should be good. Oh, some nice gold here. And biggest things. And then down we go. Over there. And then over here. Hopefully that's a good one. Oh, what's this? A crystal of some kind? Rose quartz. I think we're alright for now on that. Then we'll go further down. And hopefully we can get more base rods than last time. That'd be good. I feel. Oh, there's some nice quartz over there. I'll be taking it. Oh, that's the last of that. That's fine right there. Let's see if we can find a strong fortress. Nether fortress. Oh, there's some quartz over there. That'd be good to grab. I suppose. No, grab that. Under here. Oh, there we go. Oh, what? That's one. Lovely. And then grab water. There's no water here. Oh. It's still light. Quite unfortunate there. I suppose one just has to be careful. No. Dig it. Then let's put that one down. Now we bring it. I kind of have to go back there again because we didn't get any light ones. Just gotta be more careful with that lava. Where's the portal? Oh, it's over here. Over there, over there. Right there, I think. There it is. That should be good. There we go. Here we go. Then we'll make our way down again. Here. Should we bring it? That should be safe. And then we'll go, oh, there's some nice quartz down here. Oh, yes, that's sauce. Missed. Oh, missed again. Nice. That's a good hit. There we go. Yep. Nice. Oh, some quartz over there. Really? There we go. These ones actually upgraded with stuff, I suppose. We should probably get some nice place from some of these ones. Without much danger. What else this one can run there? Not so good though. Actually, there's lots of nice spots in there. There we go. How much was that? 13 minutes. I suppose that's an amount, but it could be greater. Yep. So let's grab a bit more. That's safe. That's good. And then we'll keep going down there. And then over here. Then we'll go around about. See where we're going. Go down here. Not much around here though. That's alright. See, there's some what's over there. That's pretty good. I'll grab some of that. Oh, Enderman. Back here. No. Where could they have gone? Maybe we'll see. Maybe the Enderman just doesn't care anymore. This. Then we'll keep on going. Wherever this we're going. Lots of lava around, no. It's kind of just gonna say everyone. I'll remove that marker there's just kind of in the way. So that'll do there. Glitter's still over there. And then let's see what there is. And then there's a quartz biome here. I don't think we'll find much of stuff though. There should likely be some kind of nether fortress nearby, somewhere down there. I'll see if this one's a lucky one. How much health? Oh, yep, that's safe. That's good. No, is that safe though? That looks kind of safe. I'll go for it. There we are. Then we'll go over here. And then down over here. Yeah. No. It's really quite a place around here. Oh, well, that looks like it's maybe the bottom. Maybe not the bottom. It's not the bottom, it seems. It might be close. Perhaps so. There's maybe some necklace slimes around. That could be nice. Oh, there's any. No. Oh! What was that? What could that have been? Oh, maybe that was some sort of ogling, I guess. Imagine. I don't see anything up there though. Maybe it was the Enderman from earlier. What one could wonder? I'll keep on going though. There's lots of lava around here. Oh, that looks safe. We'll go up here. And then there we are. And then up lower. The pigman here. Of the cellular eye. Now we just have to keep going here and then that looks like a fortress, perhaps. Unless that's a bastion. It could be something. It does seem like it is a bastion. I'd rather not go there, that's a pretty dangerous place, I'd say. So, I'll avoid that. There's a magma cube here, though. That's always good. Take care of that. Where'd the magma cube go? Over there. Might fall off the edge there. That's pretty nice. And I'll leave here. What's up there? We'll continue on going over here. Oh, there's a fortress. That's pretty good. Alright, then we'll go out there. And there we are. Now extreme wall. Seems like it's just blood falling down with an error texture, it seems. So what's that gonna happen? And we'll take this one. And then this. And hopefully we can get lots of those molten cores. Yep. Oh, thanks for the water. I'll be taking that. Alright, back some water there. That's good. Oh, lots of blazes here. The dangerous here, no seems. There we go. Grab the valve though. This one. There we are. 2 more cores. And we'll see what else is here. Probably put this on down there. Not probably it. Then we'll go over here and see what else I can get. Oh, that's not good. Finger. Battle ahead. I should probably heal up a bit. Yes. There goes my armor there. That's not good. Is there any other armor I could use, perhaps? Yeah, appears I don't have anything else. Oh, actually, never mind, I'm blind. There's this, and that. Now, the should probably heal just a bit more. Oh, there goes my other armor. There we are. There we are. Feel all of those. No, that's pretty good. Yeah, I'll take that. Wait. Oh no, I fell down. That's rough. Well, it happens. Moist over there. Oh, hello. Oh, skull. Very nice. And there goes that. Where else are we going? How many should I should probably get a stack. That's probably a reasonable amount, perhaps. A stack of blaze rods. Yep. There we go. I'm running a bit low on food here, no. That's not very good. Yeah, we lost a pretty close one down there. Nice. That was close. Nice. Very close and dangerous. Come on. There you go. This might not end too well, perhaps. But we'll probably survive. There we go. Not too bad. Just a bit more. And then we should probably be good for out of here. Perhaps. There goes that. No. There goes that. It's getting very dangerous. Should probably just kill double aces, I suppose. That's not looking very good. Extremely dangerous stuff. No. Well, no. Very rough. No. There's that one there. Yep. Oh, nearly a stack. That's good. I suppose we can leave it at here. After yesterday's ones. Alright, there we go. That should do it now. And I suppose we can just go back home. Yep. That's home. There we go. Enough leather for now. Hopefully. That should be lots of lace rods for now. And now... just need some stuff. Oh, yeah, Witcher Skeleton, that's pretty nice. 5 to the collection. Yep. I'll just throw random stuff in here. There we go. I can probably help with it. Yeah. This should definitely help. It's taking all these items that are only just the one thing, and then that should be it. How much space do we have though? Well, that's a plenty amount of space if we don't put too many things in. Yep. That's pretty good. There we go. There we go. Good amount of space do we have? Let's see about the space now. Got enough of it. Not too much. So that's good. Okay, well, here seems like some. Let's fixing up the inventory here. Let's say lots of items down here. And here. Yep. This could probably be about a good amount of stuffs. Maybe this will do. No, perhaps. No, there's definitely quite a lot of items around it. So something. Maybe. Nubby. Alright, let's see what else. So we're trying to make some of this. Quite sure. What's this being sorted by? Quantity. There we are. Now that's pretty good. And how's this going? So that's how this for now. Collector we have already, so not there. And that should be unsynced. There we go. And then the collector. Not there. There it is. Probably good to get rid of some of these items, I suppose. That could be reasonable. Yeah. So we have this collector. We just need to put it down here along with the chest. So I'll do that. Nothing there. Nothing. Let's try some wood again. There's some there. do. And then leather. Cobblestone. Nope. Click. Yep. There. Our settings. Let's check in here for some crafting. That doesn't do anything. Let's see here. What's the next thing to do? Whoosh. So we're trying to get this farm working, so just that's so many aluminium and leather. That needs some cobblestone, which is right here. And then some sticks. There's no sticks there. Oh, but there's already some labor sticks. So we did that and that. And then we have that. And then we put that there. Yep, and that works. And then we have that. Mm-hmm. There we go. And there. That looks pretty well, but it could be a bit better. Perhaps. How's this one though? Mm-hmm. That looks well enough. This could be expanded upon though. There we go. Alright, we need to expand this just a bit. So this needs to be moved a bit. There we go. There's just this bit here, like that. That should be fine. Now we just need the clicker here. Turn these off. Yep. And clicker. Do we have one of these already though? Yep. Not there. Alright, so we're missing that. I thought we made. There it is. So we have that. Just let me that for a moment. No, back there are some background noises, so some ender eyes and celestial gems. I suppose there's some, no. Put one entire stack of these for here. It's probably a bit over prior. All of these should be good. That could be pretty nice stuff. There we go. Then mine's here. Go down here. It's missing eyes under. Obviously. No. There's some ender pearls in there. Just gonna check here and see if there's any. Either. There's some. Now we'll see what's of it. Now we need some of those gems. Where could they be? Right there. I see them. And we go redstone. Ooh. Right there. Now that. And there we have that. Advanced clicker. And now let's put that up here. And we just have that there. And that works. And then we just look at the area. Go down. Then here. There we have that. Let's go 4 this way. Seems to be raining at my house at around there. Sounds quite nice, I'd say. I don't know if it's coming through the microphone though, but it's pretty nice rain sounds there. Nice, I'll keep on going up. And then just have that. Now works pretty well. And now we have stuffs inside. That's pretty good. And then we'll have this go fast. Going super fast. Yeah. Should be pretty good. What's this stuff? What's this stuff? Now they can know. I'll be right back. I don't know if it's a rain. So, I'll take a quick look. Wanted to look at the rings. It's very nice looking, I'd say. Lots and lots of red. It's paying in real life, of course. Although I suppose there is a chance my computer might just randomly turn off, which would be unfortunate. But I'll keep on going here. This and there might potentially be a power outage, so perhaps that could happen. We'll see. I'm pretty close on getting some stuff done inside the game. I got more automation going, so that's pretty nice. Now we'll have even more ports, so that's less problems there. Until those seeds that we have, though. Did we not do that? Oh, I remember what happened. Seeds. Gotta find them now. It's about to be here somewhere. Or maybe there's nothing around. Nothing likely, perhaps. You know, sometimes that's just how it goes. Yeah, we just need lots more of that. So how long is this thing? What will that mean? We can collect them everywhere. There's not much anywhere. Except me. Alright then. So, like that. There we go. Let me just do this here. There we go. I feel like that's not quite right. There we go. And then there. Where's the rest? Oh. It's in here somewhere. There it is. Okay. That's 37. That's not quite enough. We'll need a bit more than that. 75 is the amount. So that's still quite a bit of ways away. But the farmland though. What about the farmland? Can I upgrade this? Yep. I mean, dirt's pretty disposable, I suppose. So we can do some of that. Where the dirt is. Oh, there's something. There's the dirt. Now you just need the hole. There it is. And some of that. Wasn't there more? Where'd they go? Getting something. Oh, there it is. I see that. That's the amount. There it goes. Send them out. We just get some farmland here. What that? That'll do. Or not? What's this not working? Any holes here work? So why does it not? Maybe that's a light scrapping table. That could be likely. That's not quite right either. What about a fresh hole? Here we go. Right, some sticks. I have some sticks on them. This will do for now. There we go. Alright, does this work now? It does not. That's no good. There's one in here. Why is this not working? Is this the same person? Oh, water time. Drink some. Yeah, I'm back again. No. No, is this not working? Farmland. That's why I get farmland. Oh, no. That seems to be doing nothing. Nothing. Must be a missing recipe or something. I'll probably be alright. It's just not working. How about this? What if I just a lot of blend and chill? Have this pickaxe. It's alright. Let's try here. There. Yeah. Fill this up with dirt. Here. Oil. There. Looks like it means nothing at all. Well, that's not very good. No. I think there's something bugged with those recipes. Seems. Well, let's try out people. Maybe we don't really need that. Oh dear, that's actually good. Right? So, next. I think we just need more of that. Inferium. How's this thing? Well, now it's just that. And the dark goes out there, you know? Let's see. Picture catcher. That sounds useful. That could be some. Or gun also sounds pretty useful, so that would be nice. This would be some kind of happy to explore, perhaps. Definitely interesting stuff, that's it. There's some stuff I don't really stuffs that I don't really know. Let's see here. What else can I do? This. Let's see about that. Yes. So much for that. So can you? So for that we just need one of the parts, which we should have somehow. I suppose we could do that with that. That's definitely an option. Where's the sequence? I think it's over here. I should turn it. Here. Just add that. Easy. Up again. He's outside. It's the spray stuff, so like this. Alright, yeah, seats outside. Oh, well, there's no more. I'll do it for now. So. Maybe there's something I need to check on, so I'm gonna put the BRB screen for just a moment, and then I'll be right back. So, easy. It's okay with that. Let's see, those around. I mean, perhaps I could probably try doing some nuts. Eventually, I'll sleep. And I'm quite sure there's if I had more time. Okay. I'll sleep soon enough, I'm quite sure. At some point. Maybe 2 more hours, I think. Could probably a good time. Oops. Yes. So let's here. Basic processor. Slime. Where's the slime stuffs? Here's the one. Yes. Let's see if we can get some. A bit more than that. I mean, I don't think there'll be too many long hours, like at least 2, I'm quite sure. I should be fine. I haven't really been going that long, quite sure. It's a reasonable time. There's a few more things I want to do here. Yeah. Oh, I mean, you could try resting a bit more. That could probably help me out there. Yeah. I myself just have quite a bit of energy and things I want to do. So I suppose that's how it goes for me. Maybe I should point the energy somehow. Scenes here. How do you see it? What's this? Oh, I see, I see. That's how that works, I see. Soul extraction. That's too many slime balls. I can work with that. Let's gonna put that. Now empty inventory. Then we grab what we actually need. Which is something in here. Quite sure. You know? There's something here missing. Quite sure. Oh, compass, that's what I need. Yep. Whatever that might be. I should use the search bar a bit more, I suppose. That's the compass. Nope. There we go. That should help. Then I'll need that ender pearl. Yep, and that should do. Although I wonder if I can make a wall gun. That would help traveling. Blaze gold out too. Oh, this blocks of gold. I see how this. Alright, good. I'll do that. For just a bit of a portal gun and travel. Maybe I'll have two. Just for a good time. Two portal guns for double definitely. Oh, that's hungry now. So I suppose we should feed it some more sculpture. Yep. Wherever that might be. Yes. Oh, I fell down. And that's all good. And there we go. Some stuff there. And there we go. Now that's fed. Nice. And now we're good. Suddenly they come of it. Oh, I didn't need quite a bit of food though. It seems like it's over now. So we'll just put that there. And call that good. And then some food. I suppose I need the infinite thing. Yep. There's nothing here anymore. Hey, that's definitely something. What sure? Yep. There it is. Let's go with this for now. And then over here. Let's do these down here. That should be it. And there we go. And then we'll go back up. And there oh, first we gotta cook these up. There we go. No, dude. There. Now some ender eyes. We had some, but that's alright. And some lace. Oops. And there we go. There we go. Part of that. Oh, portal fluid. Press for that. We have some of that. No, we don't. That's right. Oh, water time. I'll drink some. Nice. Seems my chat system is breaking down, so I'll have to restart it again. That's super quick. Meow. There, restarting that. And there we are. Chat system's working again. Refresh it. First thing. First thing. There. That should be good now. Now we have 2 portal guns here. Need some forest fruits, which we don't have. But we have some gateways here. That should help with things. We'll take that and go to Reckerstone. I don't know where that was, but that's probably somewhere. It seems like a reasonable place to go. Yep. I think the game's loading now. Oh, there we are. Off to the end. That should be fine. Anyways, I can try to turn that on. Let's see if I can find some quartz fruit around here somewhere. Don't even have any charge for that. That's better, right? Oh, this is just over here. I see now where I am. Where would the end gateways be? I suppose I could probably use the gateway here as a shortcut. That could probably do well, perhaps. I'll try that. That should be a good distance. And this seems like a place of stuffs. Try going over here. That should be pretty good. Step back by the environment now. I mean, I suppose I could probably grow some coarse fruit. That's definitely always an option, as I have some of the flowers, bud things. Now we're gonna try and find some coarse fruit on these and the end here. There's about to be some somewhere though. Why sure, eventually. I'm not too sure where it could be though, but it's likely up there somewhere, the cursed fruit. quite sure I've seen some somewhere. There's bound to be some. I just gotta not to go too far into the thousands. That's a bit more barren. There's probably some out here. Yeah. It's gonna be quite a bit of an adventure. Although there might not be much happening. Just a lot of traveling. I think that's our... And just keep on going around. This should be fine. Yeah. I'm not sure if I'll end up getting lost, but that'd be a bit unfortunate. Let's go down here. It's a bit tough to see where I'm going now. But it's bound to be somewhere. That'd be idealistic. I'll see them. The map's not really helping, no. There's the world. Lots of Endermen everywhere. I suppose that's how they go. If I don't manage to get some coarse fruit for a good while, then oh dear, Enderman. There goes. If I don't get some coarse fruit in a good bit, then I'll just have to plant some. Since that's definitely how it goes at times. It looks like there's something over there though. According to the map. Maps. Yeah. Not small. There's not really much to here, I suppose. This map's not really helping too much. It's gotta be some. That might have been a bit too far. It's a long throw. Let's try this. I don't know where that ender pearl will go. That's a very long throw. Well, we'll see where it lands. They might probably be fine though. Maybe just fall down into the void. Oh dear, no, we actually landed somewhere. Wasn't really expecting that, but no. Now we're here at Tombs. A lot lower down though. Not sure if I'll be finding what I'm looking for down here though. Maybe there'll be something. Although, like, I think what I'm looking for might be more on the surface, so let's see if we can get up there. Probably halfway down there. There's quite a few lot of phantoms around. Let's get out of the window. Some amethyst there. I could probably stuff some. I mean, I suppose I could grab some. That could be good. But it's a big thunderstorming outside. There's a big chance I might lose power at any moment now. If I do lose power, then I suppose that could probably be considered the end of the stream. But don't know if that will actually happen. No. I suppose that's yet to be seen. There's a phantom there. Go in there. No. Phantom membranes. Another. This will be good for the electron. There. I'm quite a few levels now. Nice. Well, something I should really get some villagers going. That'd be nice. Now I could actually get some men. Actually, definitely some of the stuffs. We'll go out here, over here, around. Let's see what there's. Look. And now we're here. That's the. Oh, that's not right. That's too far away. We're out of that area. And back into this area here. Oh, back in there though. Some. Some glass on there. Goodbye. Very nice stuff. And I already have one of it. Very good for now on that. Keep going over here. Quite a all around. Oh. Can't see much of the world. And there's actually nothing there. That's quite a thing. Let's go here. Here. sure they keep running on food, though. Mm-hmm. Oh, that one's angry at some. Mm-hmm. Let me go over here. I'm not so sure about finding those scarce fruits, but I'm hoping that they must be somewhere, though. They might likely be a bit more towards the thousands. This one is looking like just of it. Not sure if I'll see them on the mini-map, but that can be a thing to do, or happen. Mm-hmm. A big gap there, so I can jump back. There we are. That'll do for now. Keep on going. Yeah. That's definitely my place to explore. Could that be something there though? Oh, not too much. What's that? Is there? Of course, it's around. Oh, there is right there. Alright, let's see if we can make it over here. Waypoint here. Where's fruits? No. Now we'll make our way over there. Yeah. Now I'll save some time. And now we have a destination. You probably have been good to have set that up earlier, though, perhaps. Oh, what's that? Spires. Tiny mini spires. That's quite some. Oh, there's actually some course through right there. That saves a lot of time. That makes things so much shorter. Well, we already have flowers back at home, so yeah. Now that must this fortune too. Let's see. I haven't seen it. No, it's going. It's probably better. Perhaps. Let's see about that. Lots of good restaurants. I'll take all. One second. This one is small. What's down there? No, just outside. And then go over here. And there we are. And I'll leave it here. That's not enough. I mean, I suppose there's a bit more here to have. So like we could do there. Oops. So we'll chop that, so we'll chop that. And there. And we'll grab it all back up again. And there we go. That's of course for them, and looks like a good end. No. And we'll disable that. Do slash home because that's too much walking, I think. That'll do. Let's try searching up these ones. Should have a charger somewhere here. Perhaps. So I remember one. Oh, there it is. There we are. That charges up well. Okay. Now for this one, that one. Not this. And then here we go. Thank you, someone, is enough. But we'll have two. And then this glass and very cool. Let's see. Where is the fair core? Right there. What canister? That's quite on there. And there we are. Oh. Oh, I see. Oh, that sure is. I have 4 portal guns. Oh, I think we need these. How much is in there? Circle. Oh, that'll do for now. Nice. Let's see what this does. Got no clue. Mortal fluid. Let's see how this. Mortal fluid. See. Polymorphic liquid. Just that. And another word. I see. Another word. Yep. There it is. There we go. Let's go have it. Do we have our infinite water bucket though? That's probably here somewhere. Over there, there it is. There we are. It seems like it could be dangerous, so I'll find it over here. Right where all the other things are. Let me go. There's a creeper in here. It's gone now. I'll make a bit of a separate room for this. It's there. That'll do there. Now let me just do this. Yep. So what about this? And then one more. And there we are. should be fine now. Alright, so for this we need portal fluid catalyst. Alright then. So we gotta go over here. Oh, we're almost out of fuel. That's new. There. Don't know how much to need, so I'll just go for like 16. That's a good amount. And back over here. And we'll drop that in there. That seems safe enough. How does this work? Unstable pore fluid. Oh, I see how this. That might not do too well. I see. Okay, I think we need a bit more than that in there. There. There's probably no water there. I should probably grab this. Oh, I messed that up. Oops. Gonna have to refill that there. No. Then we just put this up in the furnace up here. Right there. There we go. We'll try one. That should do it. Oh, polymorphic fluid. What about portal fluid catalyst? Why is this how this? There might be something I'm missing here. That might be something I gotta look up. I do think. Oh well. Maybe we can do that for another time, I suppose. I'll see what else we can do though for now. We'll start in here. I should probably grab these up. This wreck to be kept on. Let's check it out. So next, out. Well, that's right. No. How's this going down here? Maybe those. That's a good amount. What's this not thing? Oh, I see all this. There we go. 60 parts, that's a lot in there. Definitely did water. Water time, watering some more. system still seems a bit bugged out. Oh, but we'll probably be alright. Let's see. What did they do? Let's put some of this away. Yeah, so what's preventing me from doing this? Alright, stone. Redstone should be in here somewhere. Should I get some redstone seeds or something? Right, there is essentially no more redstone actually. Should I get on that then? There's the redstone. Oh, I remember now what I was wanting to do. I needed some slime. Why did I do this one? That's why I did all that. Alright then. Let's go hunt down some slime and see what we can do with it. So that's why we needed that compass right there. Watch one. That should do. It's a bit far. Is there any closer? Oh, that one's even further out. Well, that's no good. Alright, then we go for the normal swamp. That's at least closer. There you go. Go that direction. And off we go. Bit of another adventure here. By the way, we have lots of chickens. So I think it's about time I use them for the wand of slime. That'd be something. Alright then, let's start those chickens. There we go. Should probably have done that. Oh dear, not the sheep. There we go. That's a good amount, I suppose. Now we'll grab all that. Why did that happen? Large 2, why? Not sure some. But we have eggs. So let's quickly deal with that there. It's gonna be some slightly better way of dealing with that there. No, there's some eggs at least. Anyway, so well, we could fly. Not sure how much, but let's see about that. Hopefully it's reasonable enough. Oh, that's 211 feathers there. That's definitely a good amount. Whoa, people just fly on here. Yeah. Stop here and get some food going. Lots of him. So the game might start misbehaving soon. These speeds. There it is. Now definitely happened there. Let's keep on going here. Oh, that looks interesting. It's one big giant. I think I may have been here before. Earlier. Let's see about that. Is this a place I was? Oh yeah, it was. Nice place on there. What's up here at the top though? Oh. It seems like it's the proper entrance. Based on the ballot. There it is. Why is it like this? Maybe it's a one-way type of white stone. Water elevator. Let's see what's down here. What's in here? Oh, it's just part of things down there. That's definitely something. I don't think we need to go into that right now, though. Let's make our way down here. Kind of like that. Probably get to make some better armor eventually at some point. Since I think we have like a bit of netherite stuffs. So I could probably get to do, I'd imagine, perhaps. We'll keep making our way here. There. Nice stuff out here. That's just no. It's not quite the mountains though. Aren't tall spires. Snowblocks though. That just seems like something. Let's keep on going here. Almost there. I remember I needed to find cows at some point, but now I'm good on those. Oh, it's a panda out here. That's like finding, I suppose. Oh, the terrain's leveling too slow out here. I could get by some. Some coal over there. I'll make it over here. This looks very nice, I suppose. Seems kind of different, kind of. Missed event. Prairie. Oh, it's a bit of forest there. That's pretty nice. I'm gonna mute for a Seems the game has frozen. Oh dear, my game has crashed actually. Hopefully no terrible problems come from that. We'll see about that. I shall be starting up again soon though. I'm gonna switch screens just for a moment. Here we go. And then I'll resume the screen once the red dust goes away. Not sure it's quite screen though. I'll put some music as well. Meanwhile, I think it'll take that long though, but there's some. Nice. Hopefully it's not too loud though. And then I'll switch back to the game just once alone. Eventually. Sure, let's take a bit. Actually, I can just go. No, I think it'll end up. Turn it clear. There we go. And now we're back here again. And we'll keep going at it. Eventually, once it loads. Oh, cheers gone. Gotta fix that. There we go. Now we'll continue on where we're going, which is somewhere this way. It seems like a pretty nice forest out here, though. Quite a bit of scenery. And the world dying. That is definitely not good. That's really not good there. Alright then. Let's see. I could try going another direction, I suppose. There's about to be other ways to get slime, surely. I'll just have to look into that. That sure is quite something, though. Very unfortunate that the game decided to crash at that point in place. But oh well. I'll keep going. Let's go another direction. Sure, let's take quite a bit to load each time it crashes. But I suppose that's just a normal switch. Anyways, Minecraft will resume soon. Once it loads, there it goes. And then we'll keep going. It should appear on the screen in just a moment. Eventually. Minecraft loads. Alright, maybe if I switch screens. So. Yep. Oh, there it is. Just took a bit to load there. No. Alright, let's see if I can escape this place. My earbuds just fell out. Well, deal with that super quick. I'll just slash on me. Well, just in case something bad happens. No. Keep going at it. Just trying to fix what's the other? There we go. And then I'll enable the shader pack here. And there we go. All's good now again. Now first figure out how to get slimes elsewhere. And there's that way. Jellyfish. Oh, I suppose I could probably try fishing. Although I'm not sure how well that would go. Definitely an option though. Yes. How's this one? One right there. Let's see. Centrifuge. Oh, now that's a good method right there. Maybe it's time for this. Centrifuge. It seems like that could probably be reasonable. Mayhaps. Oh, it's not too complicated. Nice. It's just that. That's easy enough. Alright then. I'll make some machines. Comes out there, yeah. Seeing as we have lots of that, I could get lots of slime balls. Alright. So now I need to find the iron, which is right there. That should be good. Let's do 164. There we go. No, I messed up. There we go. Yeah, touch that. And there we go. Now we skip that up. And there we go. Centrifuge. Advanced centrifuge. Why could that be this? Mine. I suppose it could be either one for that. It both works about the same. But what is the difference? I suppose it's just more of an upgrade. That should be fine. I just need some glass for that. Let's see about that. Glass. And there it is. There we go. There we go. Some bottles. There we go. Oh, and some rubber. That's definitely some. Should we have to get some rubber here? There we are. That's a rubber. Oh. That's a big pivot. I'll do this for a while. And then some redstone. Right. I'll see if I have enough. Oh. Some copper as well. Yeah, there's some. That'll do for now. There we go. There goes that. There, done. And power this. Not too far. That sounds pretty good. A pump bay. That could be something. Pump sounds interesting. Oh, I see, I see. That's definitely quite some. I wonder if I could do that just a bit. There we go. Nothing to it there. I see how this. Well, that might be a bit troublesome, but there's other ways of going about it though. Yep. I think I know how to go there. Oh, actually, let me take a look at this. How does this work? Oh, I see, I see. Put some there. You can. There could probably be some. And then, let's do an advanced clicker. And actually, geothermal first. That's up. 10 dots. 10 dots. Where could that be? I think there might be some somewhere. Maybe here. Nothing there. Looking, I feel much. Why no run? Always melting. Oh no. It doesn't go back. That's a giant waste right there. Big giant waste. How does fun get done then? We'll see about that. See. I see then. If only there was some sort of dictionary. I'll see. Check. Alright, let's see, just can't find anything useful there. Well, that'll do for now then. Seems we just have useless tin. That's rather unfortunate. Any normal tin though then? Powdered iron. Uranium dust. Aluminum dust. Alright, maybe we can get some super quick then. Perhaps. Let's see about that. Super ultra quick. Oh, we have an elytra now. So we could try using it. We have some phantom membranes to fix the elytra with. So I could probably do well. Oh, I just missed this right there. Then the elytra. Maybe here. Yep. There we are. Fully repaired. That'll do. Alright. And then we just grab ourselves some super quick then. No. That would have been good. Charge sweeper there. Put some death markers around, see if we can get rid of those. What about here? This is dangerous. Go here. Right, let's try this. There we are. Let's get rid of that. Let's see if we can get some tin here. No field. Alright. What could the tin be? No, some diamonds on them. There we are. There we go. Put this feeling again. Looks like it. Oh, some diamonds over there. Never get this stuff. Might take a bit to find something, perhaps, unless this is some this aluminum. That's far, right? That's it. This more aluminum. Lava down there. It's gonna go back up. Back into here. Oh no. Back inside. It's not coming everywhere. I'll pick it up. Might be so. I'll try getting the quarry at some point. Maybe too close. Oh, water time. I'll drink some more water. There we are. Oh, this looks like aluminum. Is there any tin anywhere? Not too sure what that'd be. 4. It's 10 everywhere. I mean, lemon. Yeesh. What's that over there? That's just some lava. Nice, some. There we go. I'll continue here. There we go. Yeah. Sure, it's quite the music though, I'd say. Yeah. Could this with him? Oh, it's just deep slate aluminum or... Still not 10. Oh, but that looks like 10 right there. Yeah, we like it up there. That wouldn't have been good. There we go, let's see if we can get that. Here we go. I could grab a bit more of this. Yeah. That's weird. Yeah. That looks like something here. What's this about? Yard. Let's see. I don't think we need that. There. Oh, some lemons. That's pretty good. Along with some iron and gold. Unstring. 50x in there though. Let's put that in there. That'll do for now. Dangerous, but difficult to find. I'll grab some of this though. There's only a certain depth. Let's see about that. We've got no light trail, so that's it. Where dangerous up there, somewhere there. And yeah. I use quite a lot of it, so let's see if I can get them. Definitely need some of this. Some iron in here. Quite dangerous stuff's around. Redstone. Very long redstone, so I can grasp my chicken. Rise an affinity helmet. This. What's this? Then I don't think I can survive this. Nice live. Nice. Try to be careful with that teleportation button there. Yes. Over there. I suppose I could use a bit more. Okay. Which going up? That's pretty nice. Nicht. Pretty sure I have some spare. Oh, there's the... That's follow enchant, and I see how this... And there's that spare. Oh, nice. No. And then we'll grab our stuff. It's just over there somewhere. That should be open. No. There's my stuff. And then we'll get it's all on here. And works. Works pretty well. And we'll continue. There's something right there. How much should we have? Maybe 24%. That's some cigars. It's been the start seems. Let's review. Not much here. Now over here. There's still not much to this place, though. There's something here. Oh, lots of diamonds down here. Let's go and find them. And they don't go to lava either. That's very nice. Everything. I think this is a good one. Perhaps. Almost got one. Almost got what's this? 10 more. That seems like something. This place is just burning down. It seems. I suppose that can happen, though. Some of this happening. Suppose that can happen. I'm sure it's my stuff still. Yeah. Lots of droppings everywhere. Not easy. Right, there's many lots of droppings. Have to find it all though. Okay, let's just get to what I need. Round it up. And let's just get out here. Too many things happening. Mm-hmm. Oh, there's something. That's some good steps. There we go. 23, then maybe one more. Oops, didn't find me yet. 38. Nice save. I suppose that's a good amount. Maybe 40. 40. Oh, there's some right there. Okay. Lots of them now. Hey, this. You're in. Explosion. It's so there's something right there, but that's all. There we go. Just cook it up. Oh, mess. We got macerator. Macerator. Banana. We don't need to be cooking it all. It's good enough. There, that's the tin I needed. Nailed it. There, that. How much for this? 8. Nice, so that should be like 16. That's 18. It's not too bad, I suppose. This there. That should be well covered. That should work out. Let's see here. GLC. Very nice. Oh, there's one right there. There we go. So. And something. That's pretty good. Redstone. And then this rubber could probably good. See here. Here we go. Water time. Oh, I think it's water. That's all good now. Okay, through here. Glass. Generator there. I should probably get for now. I'll put this on. That should be good. And we'll keep out the advanced clicker. And there we go. Oh, gonna need a bit more than that. Maybe okay. You here? There we go. Oh, that's missing food. It seems so feed that go. Where's the food? Stop. There's some stalks, some others. Missing that. go. That should do it now. Here. Spin this up. Yes. Instant. Yeah. No. Should it? So let's fill it. I'd probably get to have the machines over here where it's so easier to access, I suppose. Could give up. Maybe there's another way. Isn't so much flammable material here. Let's see. Maybe here. It's gonna be a good spot. Try it. There you go. Let's try this quick little bit. And this one. There. And the geothermal. actually fluid. How does this work? Fluid connector. I'm not so sure how that goes. I'll see about this. Try fluid collector. This one sounds like it would probably be a bit better. There. And then we'll try some lava there. And there we go. Non-food now. Oops. What will this do? I think I have an idea of what will happen here. So, let's try this. Oh. Oh, that's pretty nice. No, this should be good. This is getting really interesting. There we go. That should do it. Some energy bites. that'll go over there. And then the pipes though. Redstone. Redstone in. There's one there. One there. There. There we go. This'll do for now. Oh, going over there, right? Oh, that's working well now. It's very nice. And I just need to transfer that over with that fluid pipe. There's and then just the wrench is missing. There we go. There it is. Oh, and that goes down. Not there. Oh, wrong one. Let's jump out of it. There we go. Now we have that. An energy rolling now. Alright. And then this is a complicated one. Which one is there? Centrifuge. Max input is 32. This does what? Oh no, here it is. Output's 20. Input's 32. That should be fine. No explosion, that's pretty good. And now black creams here. Mix it up. That's about all we have. I'm pretty sure we can get some. There we go. That's a good amount. Turn that on to slime balls. And that should be it. Oh, it might take a long time though. But that should be fine. Eventually we'll get there. That's right, first for all that. No. But now we don't have to get this line balls. Will take a while. Very long more actually. I don't know how to upgrade. Maybe I'll start. Nope. Here. Machine for oh here. Last thing was nothing. Mixed metal blend. Okay, well, I can do this. Bronze. I have bronze. Alright, now this is not something I can do. Oh, look at that. Just gonna pulverize this again. This should be pretty good though. Let's pulverize a little more. Oh. Seems like I only pulverize it one time. That's a very rough. Macerator time, it seems. That should be good. Let's see here. Nice meeting. Yeah. Suppose that's not good. Let's try to get some food here. Suppose we can feed the chickens a bit. Wrong way. Those seeds there. Well, actually, I'd say I've been streaming for quite a bit, so I think I'm gonna be calling it here. I can continue on for next time. At some point, one of these streams, I'm gonna be switching it up for something else. Not quite gaming, but something a bit different. But don't know when that will be yet. But I'll still be continuing playing this till even after that. But maybe eventually I'll do something else stuff. Maybe. But for now I think I'll leave things out here. Continue for next time. And see what else I can get up to. But I think I made quite a bit of progress here. So let's say that was pretty fun and good. And good times we had, at least by me. So that's some definitely nice. Eventually, there might be more stuff to do here. These rooms kind of need some building though. So that'll be something to do. Reputation. So I'll be ending though. Essentially. And then next time we'll continue on. Things will be it. I'm not sure when I'll next time appear though. But eventually I will appear again at some point, so if Just following and putting your notifications that I'll let you know when I next time appear. So sometimes I leave some pinned announcements in this channel, and you just keep on lookout for those. I'll let you know stuff usually. Yep. The stream shall end at here. Hope everyone enjoyed their stay and had a good time listening. I'd say still figure out how to talk. Yep. Goodbye everyone, I'll finish it here.